Hey, Janice, thank you, everybody, for being here and welcome. I do have my notes here, so I'll be paying attention to the camera and my notes throughout the day. So, wow, this has been an absolutely amazing year. A year ago, last Saturday, we had over 600 people in the fellowship hall at North Phoenix Baptist Church. And, 3 months ago, we looked at, oh my gosh, what are we going to do about today? And we decided we probably should just plan on keeping it online. So here we are in our virtual classroom at the yoga studio at the Urban Farm. It's not so much a yoga studio today as a fruit tree studio. And so we're broadcasting live from there. Let's see here. There are hundreds of people here already. So thank you for being here early. And I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to buying into my crazy dream of, oh my gosh, what if we could grow enough food here in Phoenix to feed Phoenix? Because I believe that's one of the most important things we can be working on right now. And I want to thank you for taking time to learn today, because that's first and foremost. If we're talking about seeds or gardens or fruit trees, what we're talking about is how to grow our own food and how to educate ourselves and to do that ourselves. So I really want to take a moment and thank you for being here, committing that to yourself and, jumping in. I also want you to know that this is the first time that we've done anything like this. So we'll see how it goes today, but please be patient with us because, life is exciting. So it's been 21 years since I started this education program and 45 years since I planted my first fruit tree here in the valley. I live in north central Phoenix. I planted my first fruit trees near 28th Street and Indian School on a flood irrigated lot in 1974. And one of the things that I discovered about 25 years ago was that you could go into most nurseries and every big box store, and they would sell you a fruit tree that would never make fruit. And I just call that bogus. That is like inexcusable in my mind. So one of the big reasons I started this program 21 years ago was to educate myself and to educate people on how to successfully grow your own fruit trees. The other thing that happened about that time is I had a friend with a football field in his backyard. Well, it wasn't a football field. Metaphorically, it was that big. And I convinced him to let me plant fruit trees in his backyard. So I went out looking for a local nursery to see who would work with me and sell me fruit trees at orchard pricing, let's say. And nobody would do it. And I tracked down in 1999, I tracked down Dave Wilson Nursery. You'll be hearing from Tom from Dave Wilson Nursery here in a little while. I tracked down Dave Wilson Nursery, and they said, we'd be glad to sell you fruit trees. Now remember, I wanted 50 of them. They said, we'd be glad to sell you fruit trees. You got to buy 100. So I jumped in, I bought 100 fruit trees. I put 50 of them in pots and planted 50 of them in Lynn's backyard. And then people started asking me, they said, Greg, how do you grow fruit trees in the desert? It's like, well, you do this and this. And I started offering in I think it was early 2000, I started offering fruit tree classes right in the living room, right through that door there. So that's how this whole thing got started. With our fruit tree program, the education is always free. I'm so dedicated to getting people educated on how to be successful with our fruit trees. And to pay our way through this, because it takes a lot of infrastructure and a lot of work to get this done, we sell fruit trees. So educate yourself on fruit trees and then buy fruit trees from our program. They're proven trees and they work. Fruit trees that we bring, they work here. Unless we tell you, no, that doesn't work, these fruit trees work here. Or they're experimental. That's the other thing. So like with blueberries are experimental. So we just need to give them a lot more care and be more patient with them. So what we do every year is we do this launch. This is our fruit tree launch, and we have specials today. And Janice is going to tell you about the specials here in a little while. But essentially, if you spend $100, you get a couple of freebies, one or the other freebies. If you spend $250 today, you get a really amazing freebie, a 50-pound bag of organic bioflora fertilizer. So look at making sure that you place your initial order today, either for $100 or over $250 for those specials. I also want to do a shout out. I got to make sure I get everybody here. I want to do a shout out. First of all, Janice. Hey, Janice. Janice is absolutely amazing at what she does. She's really transformed this whole program since she stepped in, 4 years ago, Janice? I think it's been
5 now.
And so there's Janice in the background. We also have Raymond, Renee, Bob, Hannah, Francis, John, Taylor, TW, and the whole crew at Financial Potion Video Production. So when we looked at doing this, I said, you know what? I can't be responsible for the video production as well. So we brought in TW over at Financial Potion and, get them going. So
We call her TW because we already have a Taylor.
right. So we have 2 Taylors on the team.
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. My name is Greg Peterson. I live at a place called the Urban Farm. Normally, we'd be standing out in the front yard or somewhere, not here in a room. And I planted my first fruit trees, as I said earlier, in 1974 and set out on a lifelong journey to teach people how to grow their own food and to really grow your own nutritious food. So that's who I am. I've lived in the Valley since 1967. I've lived here at the Urban Farm for 31 years. Wow, time flies. And I've gardened organically here at the Urban Farm for 31 years. I purposely bought this place in 1989 to grow food.
You gonna introduce me?
Okay, good. So Janice is going to come on. You're going to talk about our prize drawings and how that works today.
All right. Hi, everybody. I am Janice Norton. I am the extension of the Urban Farm. I'm at my farm called Two Beasts in a Pod, which is named because Greg encouraged me to do so. I'm the background person here. I've got a lot going on, but one of the things that's important to know is our registration. How to register for the giveaways today. I wanted to make sure I got that out right away. If you go to urbanfarm.org/kickoffdrawing, there's an easy place there to enter your name and email, and you can be entered for our drawing. urbanfarm.org/kickoffdrawing. And if you're ready to order, you can go, there's a button there too. But I wanted to make sure. Now, one of the things that is also happening today is you'll see a phone number a couple of places. We do have a couple, 3 people helping out. That's Hannah, John, and Bob to be doing phone orders if you have some difficulty placing an order. But it's only the 3 of them, so give us some patience while we work out this brand new phone system.
Give us some patience as we work out this whole new reality, everybody.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Are we ready to jump in, Janice?
Oh my gosh, I'm ready to jump in since like yesterday at this time.
Right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So today, I'm really excited about this. These were great fun to record. Today we had 3 videos from our customers about their successes and failures. These are designed to inspire and guide you through your fruit tree growing experience. The first one comes from Marian, who has been experimenting with fruit trees for over a decade. And she shared with me that when she discovered our strategies here at the Urban Farm, her success rate went way up. Let's hear from her. Welcome, everybody. Greg Peterson at the Urban Farm today with my friend Marian. Hello, Marian.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing with us your fruit tree successes and maybe even some not successes. And so let's just jump in. What are we looking at here?
Yes.
So what you're looking at is my yard. I live in Central Phoenix. I'm on flood irrigation.
Nice.
And one of the reasons I'm so excited to be talking to you, of all people, about fruit trees is that I really got started in fruit trees because of that Urban Farm. We moved to our current house in 2009. And in January of 2009, our packing boxes sat full and cluttering up the house while I went outside and dug 7 holes and planted fruit trees that I purchased through the urban farm.
11 years ago.
Yeah, yes, 11 years ago.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
Yes, this is all because of you.
I'll take it.
It's truly in my opinion, it's the best hobby in the world. So we moved onto this house that already had 15 citrus trees and a full-grown fig. And since 2009, we planted 23 stone fruit trees with peaches, plums, apricots, and some funky stuff. We have things like pluots and an aprium. I have 2 pear trees, 3 mulberry trees, 4 different varieties of grapes, 9 different varieties of pomegranates, 2 additional citrus trees we put in, a couple of loquats, and 3 white Vietnamese guava trees.
Wow.
Yes. This guy right here is the Urban Farm pear, the tree on the right-hand side.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that was one of your bonus surprises. One of the things that's fun about Fruit Tree Day is, in addition to picking up what I ordered, you always have something special and new and different up your sleeve. And it was, I think it was last year, or the year, it was last year. This was the thing up your sleeve. So this guy's grown. It's an absolutely beautiful tree. Since it was new in the ground last year, I'm delighted to see the growth that we've seen. It's probably doubled in height.
Oh, at least.
We won't expect to see fruit for 3 years. We know from you that the rule is roots and then shoots and then fruits. So
nice.
and you have said this is a Bartlett type pear. And one of the things I would like to point out, I know there are people who are, they always feel like they kind of need some certainty, that they want to know what something tastes like before you plant it. And I will tell you that easily 3/4 of what I planted, I don't actually know what it tastes like before I plant it.
Well, a lot of that has to do with the health of the soil, remember. The healthier the soil, the better it's going to taste. So real quickly on that pear tree, I found a pear tree growing here in Phoenix about 10 years ago, and we took cuttings off of it and made 16 copies. So that is one of the copies of the pear tree. That's the story on that. We're still experimenting with it to see how it goes.
Well, and experiment is my favorite word, because I really feel like my whole yard is an experiment. And it's a wonderful opportunity to take a little bit of a leap, do something new, and then you watch. And then you have questions, and then you do some reading online, or you ask an expert, and then you watch with a little bit more wisdom. You see something new, you go learn, and it's the cycle of watching and learning and watching and learning. And it's just, I never get tired of it. So one of the things, Greg, I know from listening to your podcast, is you love to talk about failures. You ask people if there was a time that they failed. And I actually think that I couldn't tell you about a time I failed, because I feel like failure, in a way, it kind of doesn't exist most of the time. We all make mistakes. And if you're growing fruit trees, you're going to make a ton of mistakes. But that's also part of how you learn. So I think if you're learning from something, it's not really a failure. You've either learned something about the tree, or you've learned something about your yard, or you've learned something about yourself. And as long as you're learning, it's not a failure. This, however, is my most recent failure. This is a big tree that I lost off one of my favorite peaches. It's my desert gold peach. I know that's one of your favorites too. It's probably my most reliable producer. That even in a warm year, even if the weather is wonky, I get desert gold peaches. I get them early. They are amazing, and I have enough to share. But I got busy this year, and I failed to thin my peaches. And I also didn't prune it as much as I should have pruned it. So a branch broke. I had so many peaches that the branch broke. And you would think that that would just be a mistake. But the failure was to stand out there, go, oh, look, a branch broke, and not notice that there were 2 more branches that were about to do the same thing. So this, this is my live and learn. But also in this picture, you can see on the lower one of those big branches that I had to cut off, you see the new little growth sitting out there.
Oh, yes.
That I guess I have a pointer on this, right? The new little growth is right here.
Yep.
And I think it represents just how forgiving your fruit trees are. That
Yes.
here I have made a grievous error, and yet my fruit tree is, they're going to grow a replacement branch there, and I'll still have peaches next year.
You absolutely will.
So as long as we're talking about pruning, I'll tell you, you can see my fingers trying to grasp this peach that is easily 15 feet above my head. I'm sure it was delicious. I know the birds enjoyed it.
Yep.
And I have this tree is in the back corner. It's one of the first ones that I planted. And the handful of peaches I get from this are absolutely delicious. But I did not get it small enough when it was younger. One of my tips for your new fruit tree customers is if you want to keep your tree small, which most of us do, it really, really helps to keep them small. Have somebody at Fruit Tree Day do that initial cut for you. It's really a dramatic one. The growth then comes up from a human height, and it'll help keep your tree small. So this tree got out of hand at a young age. I've just kind of let it go. And the silver lining of me not being able to eat this peach is the fact that this peach ripens almost the same time as my favorite apricot tree. And the birds, I don't know if it's the color or the fragrance, but the birds actually prefer the peach. They leave the apricots alone.
Oh, nice.
So it's kind of worked out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of what else we might want to talk about here as we go through my various photos.
That's another peach.
This actually is a plum.
Oh,
this
plum.
is a Weeping Santa Rosa plum. And it's absolutely delicious. And one of the really big treats is how much better the fruit is out of your own backyard than it is in the grocery store.
Oh, huge.
Our season is earlier here than it is in the grocery store. So by the time we've eaten our fill of apricots, we're not interested in whatever the grocery store has.
Yeah. Well, and the stuff at the grocery store isn't nearly as good as what comes from our yard.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And in our yard, since we have room for multiple peach trees, we have followed your lead in succession planting. So the Desert Gold is our early peach. Then we have a May Pride.
Ooh.
And I think Tropic Snow ripens a little bit after that. And following the Tropic Snow is a Mid-Pride, which I actually think is what we're looking at here. No, this is I think this is my Mid-Pride really, really early on. But we have peaches for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic.
And we have a new variety that I discovered a couple of years ago. So I'm always experimenting. Every year I bring in a few new trees and experiment with them. It's called a Swaze Swirl Peach.
Ooh.
And it's a donut peach. And so I planted one here 3 years ago at the urban farm and let it grow out, and it made these amazing donut peaches. So and they're mid-season for us here. So it's right around the beginning of June, right around the same time as Tropic Snows.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're bringing 100 of those in this year.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's and I know if you're bringing it in, it must be a low chill variety.
Yes, absolutely.
That
What was
the low chill thing that's a really big deal. That's a really big deal. And of course, it's the difference between buying a tree from the urban farm and trying to sift through varieties that you might see for sale other places, is that yours are proven performers in our climate.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was at I was at one of the big box stores a few years ago. And did you know that there are hundreds of different varieties of peaches?
Yes, it's amazing.
And about a dozen of them thrive here in the desert. And so at this big box store, they had a peach in a pot, and the tag said peach. That was it. It didn't have chill hours. It didn't have rootstock. It didn't have the name of it. So that's a caveat.
Oh, for sure. Well, apples are another good example.
Mhm.
So this is an Anna apple, and the Anna and the Desert Gold, those are another, or not the Desert Gold, the Dorset.
Golden.
Thank you. Another great example of it's all in the chill hours. You wouldn't think that apples would grow in Arizona, but these guys, they're beautiful trees, and we have a bumper crop every year. We make pie until nobody in my house will eat apple pie anymore.
Well, and the thing about, let's go back to one. The thing about apples is, so there's three things, and I cover this today in our 3 things you need to know before you buy your fruit tree class that I covered today. The thing about apples is that you can get multiple low chill apple trees for the desert.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that most of them ripen in the fall. And my thing number 3 is that you need to get a soft flesh fruit tree that ripens before July 1st. If it has to sit through the summer, more often than not, the fruit cooks on the tree.
Not only does it cook on the tree, but the other experience that I've had is that anything that goes through the summer needs additional protection from the birds, because when it gets really, really hot, the birds will peck at even fruit that isn't ripened because they need the moisture so badly.
Yeah. And well, and that's the thing about the pear. So the pear is experimental. It ripens in the fall. So we'll see how that comes about.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be great.
So that last one, let's see, that was pomegranates and grapes.
Yes, pomegranates and grapes were another variety of peach. This is a loquat tree. This was another one of your surprises. And I have never eaten a loquat. And this has been 3 years in the ground. It's a seedling. It's going to take a little bit longer, but the tree is absolutely gorgeous.
This is actually, that loquat's actually looking really well. A part of what happens with the loquats is the edge of the branches or the leaves burn. So,
yes.
And that's not happening on that one. So that's good news.
I covered it when it was a baby. That's a big difference. And let's see, I'm hoping, I know we're running a little long here and I'm sensitive about the time, but I'm hoping.
We're good.
Let's get to the mulberries. Ah, there we go. There's my mulberry tree. You can see the big one in the foreground and the a smaller one in the background. I have 2 Pakistani mulberries, and then this little guy is a variety called Oscar. And, mulberries, it will not surprise you to know that I had not tasted a mulberry before I planted them. That ladder is a 10-foot ladder. So I want you to have some scale for what we're looking at. I've not pruned mine yet, although I will this coming year, just so they have some shape.
Well, they need to be, because mulberries, the Pakistanis, they'll grow tall like this fast. And, you know, again, a fruit at the top of that tree is bird food. So if it was me, I'd probably prune them down to the height of the ladder.
Well, this is these are planted in this particular spot as shade trees.
Oh, okay.
For some other things that I have east of this.
Nice.
So I also have the space for it. If I didn't have the space for it, I'd probably get one of the bushing mulberries that you have.
Yep.
Or I would be a little more vigilant about pruning. But this is one of those kind of know your own yard things. I'm happy that they're big. And they have just been a delight. I have some more. That's what they look like.
Yes.
And if you look at the size of those relative to my finger, those are pretty much average size. They are juicy. They are unbelievably delicious.
Yes.
Almost every one of them is good. And they're very, very difficult to find for sale because they don't keep.
Right.
I would say they have a counter life of maybe a day and a half. You can extend it by a couple of days if you seal it in a container in the refrigerator, but they just don't last. That's my kitchen counter. That's probably about, I would say that's a 2-day harvest from my 2 trees.
Wow. Is that jam now?
It is jam. My favorite
Nice.
jam in the whole world is a mulberry lime jam. That's easy and it's delicious. So we're back outside now.
Stone fruit.
One of the things, though, these are the Vietnamese white guava in their young stages. These need a little cold protection the first couple of winters.
Yep.
But it's another beautiful tree. Doesn't mind the heat as long as it gets some good water.
Yeah.
Our fig tree is an interesting story. We moved in, we had a full-size black mission fig, so big that my kids, who were little at the time, would climb in it. And the tree was an older tree, and when the tree died, we kind of just watched it go because there were little new shoots from the root. And the tree died back completely and then regrew from its own roots 3 feet away from where the original tree had been.
Yeah. Now, so figs will do that because they're on their own rootstock.
It's interesting. It was fascinating. These are less interesting pictures of the same spot, but I have the tree in the foreground here is actually a pluot, and it's planted in close proximity to my plum tree because it needs the plum as a pollinator.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. And once you kind of have a handle of what you like to do and what works in your yard, it's fun to branch out with the funky stuff. But I'll tell you, the thing that's great about the trees that you are selling is that those are the varieties that you've picked are the varieties that are easiest for a beginner to be successful with.
Yep.
And one of the points I want to make sure that I make is that you have a handout that has fantastic instructions for how big your hole should be, for mulching around it, and planting a tree the first time you plant a fruit tree. It's a lot like following a new recipe. It's really important to follow the instructions to the best of your ability because you want to, it kind of ensures your success. And if you follow the instructions that you're handing out, then if something goes wrong, it's a little bit easier to troubleshoot it. If you decide to go rogue and just do your own thing, if it doesn't work out, it's a lot harder to figure out what that was that didn't work out.
Yeah.
So this is and now we're toward the end, this is my advertisement for mulch.
Yes.
When I started in 2009, I don't think we knew as much in the Phoenix area about the power of mulch as we do now. And if I were going to have any words at all in this presentation, it would be a single word in which you say mulch. So I'm going to show you 2 slides. These slides, this one and the one next to it, this was taken a week after I'd had, 4 inches of flood irrigation all over my yard, but it's the hot part of the year. And this is what it looks like after, well, we were going to say this is probably 5 or 6 days after flood irrigation. It looks like that. That's what the bare ground looks like. This is what it looks like underneath the mulch. These 2 spots, this spot and that spot, are 8 inches away from each other.
Yeah.
So, and my mulch, what I've used here is I saw my neighbor raking up his leaves, and he had 12 bags of raked up leaves. And I said, "Hey, Michael, can I have your leaves? Would you just throw them over the fence when you're done?" And he said, "Sure."
Sure, hesitantly, like, what are you thinking? Right?
Right.
Yeah.
So instead of going and buying mulch, I have my neighbor's mulch, and it's a kind of a little bit of everything in there. And I have right here, it's probably about 4 inches of mulch. I think you recommend 6 inches, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And you have to keep putting the mulch on because it keeps breaking down. And the soil underneath mulch is the best soil. Here's another example of that.
Yeah. What we're trying to do is mimic what happens in a forest. And every time, it drives me nuts when I'm driving around town and I'm seeing people raking up this stuff and throwing it away. It's like it's their future nutrients, it's their, future healthy soil, and you're throwing it away.
Yeah, because good soil is alive.
Yeah.
And it's alive because of all the little teeny microbes in the soil that we can't see.
Mhm.
But it's those microbes that make for a healthy environment for our trees. And the microbes need that broken down plant material. And it's really interesting when you see people who like rake it up, they throw it away, but then they're going to the nursery to buy fertilizer for it's like they've taken themselves out of this natural cycle.
Yeah. And they're spending money to bring in more mulch
Yes.
and fertilizer and compost and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. But it's one of those, I didn't know that when I started in 2009. But the more you know, the easier it is to learn new stuff. And I think one of the reasons that I really have enjoyed fruit trees as a hobby is that it's made me more observant.
Mm-hmm.
It's given me a greater appreciation of nature, and it also fosters a kind of a sense of where you stand in the bigger scheme of things. The idea that you can tend your little corner of nature, and at the same time know that you don't have perfect control. You know, you control what you can, but you know that if you have a day that's 118, you can shade your tree, but you can't make it not 118.
Right.
There's some humility that goes along with that also. And it's been fun to share. I know your thing with an urban farm is that it's good to have enough that you feel like you can share. And of course, that doesn't have to do with the quantity you're producing. It has to do with just your own sense of generosity. So it's been great.
Nice. So I know you share a lot about this. I want you to think back over the past 10 years and your fruit tree experiences. And was there something that happened along the way where you were sharing with somebody, or something that it was like, oh yes, this is the reason that I want to do this?
I think, well, it's been a couple of things. I think part of it is just the idea of having fruit that we grew at our house and the joy that that brings. When we were all in lockdown in April is mulberry season.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been many moments like you described, but the most recent one I'll tell you is that in the spring when everybody was in lockdown and the grocery store inventories were kind of spotty, I had mulberries to share and I had peaches to share.
Nice.
And I would call up a friend and I'd say, hey, what are you doing? Can you come over? You can, park. I will stay 10 feet away from you, bring a big bowl and come pick mulberries. And like me, most of my friends had never had Pakistani mulberries, or they had never had a backyard peach. And just to be able to brighten somebody's day, under lockdown it was a big deal.
Yeah.
It was a big deal. And to shake a mulberry tree and have the mulberries all fall down like rain and everyone is good. It's like, you feel like you're a little kid again. Yeah. And to not only have that for myself, but to be able to share it, I think and I wasn't expecting that when I started. I just wanted to grow a peach.
Right. When I think that's a big part of the reason I do what I do. It's because it's like you're a kid again. There's this magic when you pick a peach or a mulberry or an apple off your tree and you get to eat it. It's like, first of all, I did this. And second, oh my gosh, this doesn't taste like anything in the grocery store.
Oh, it's true. It might as well just be a totally separate fruit.
Right?
It's it's just so astonishingly different. And there's a looking forward to it also.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't travel in April, May, and June because that's harvest season for most of my stuff. I don't ever leave town during that period of time.
Mm-hmm, because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You know what's coming. Yeah. It's just, and the thing that's great too is, I've dabbled in vegetable gardening too, but in terms of bang for your buck, man, the fruit trees are just outstanding, because so much of the work is up front.
Mhm.
They still need to be pruned. They still need to be watered, obviously, and compost put on top of them. But it's a little bit more leisurely than vegetable gardening.
Yeah. Well, and once it's planted and established, you do have to prune a little bit every year, but it makes fruit for 10, 20. In the case of citrus, I have some 80-year-old citrus trees in my backyard.
Oh my gosh.
So plant
Yeah.
fruit trees.
It's amazing. Yeah. Best hobby in the world.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
I look forward to, once the COVID breaks, to getting together for lunch again.
Oh, I hope so too, Greg. I'm fingers crossed it won't be long.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thanks for getting me started, and for all the good advice and all those great days on that tree program when you can walk around and pick up your tree and pick up tips, get your questions answered. That's quite a brain trust you've created through your fruit tree program.
Awesome, thank you. Wow. So that was totally amazing. I loved a couple of things that she spoke to, which I want to just touch on real quickly. We're getting my video turned back on. There we go. Backyard orchard culture. We have a whole 15-minute video about backyard orchard culture and what that is. So we'll dive deep into that. It's really about keeping your trees smaller. Now, she admitted that she hadn't been pruning her trees as best as she could. So that's always a challenge to get our fruit trees pruned. And when people come on the lot and we say, you know, you should prune your tree down to about 3 feet, they kind of freak a little bit. So know that that's a really appropriate way to help control the trees. You have to do that from the beginning. The other thing she mentioned was what we call successive ripening, where we plant a peach like the desert gold peach that's ripe in mid-May, and then the Swaze swirl peach that's ripe a couple, 3 weeks later, and then the mid-pride peach that's ripe a couple, 3 weeks later. So we really truly get a month and a half, 2 months worth of peaches. Plus you will get so many peaches or apricots that you can freeze them or dehydrate them, put them in cans. And I actually had one of my green drinks this morning, and I put 4 frozen peaches in from May in my drink. So, you know, that's another way to extend that. You had a couple questions for me, Janice? Janice, you're muted. That's why I couldn't. You're muted. That's one of the things.
I'm muted.
There we go.
Well, I was talking to you in 2 different places. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so here we go. Robin had a question about transporting the trees,
Mm-hmm.
whether they needed to be standing up while traveling or if they can be laid down in that time frame. That is such an important question.
It is. And with the bare root trees, so the bare root trees are apples, peaches, apricots, plums. I'm missing a couple of them, maybe jujubes, quinces. Those are bare root trees. That means they come without dirt around their roots. Those we just pack in bags for you, and you can lay them down, you can stand them up. They actually transport really well. The potted plants, pomegranates, figs, berries, or mulberries, those are all potted, and most of the time you can lay them down, as well as the citrus. Those are potted as well, so you can lay those down. Now, I think Robin said she lived 4 hours away, so if it's upstream from Phoenix, you probably don't want to do citrus. If it's downstream, Tucson, Pierce, St. John's, that direction, citrus should do really well.
I actually put on our reporting, on our paperwork, a recommendation that they bring a light tarp or old sheet for each one of their citrus trees if they're in the back of a truck to help protect that whipping around.
Right, and if you have an enclosed vehicle, that's best. If you have an open bed vehicle, we need to figure out, especially for the leafed out, so the citrus specifically the citrus. You don't want to haul them in the back of a truck without some pretty good protection. We can help you with that when you pick them up. That's what we're there for.
Right.
Although if you do have an open truck and are picking up citrus, bring a tarp with you.
Right. Okay, I'm going to try and push this a little bit faster because we're running a little long on time here, but I did draw a name for our first winner. Are you ready
Great.
for this?
Yeah, what are we giving away?
Michael Frederick is our first winner for a free fruit tree.
Oh,
So
yes, Michael.
Go ahead and hit a shout out to us, and
Excellent.
we will send you the code to get that.
Nice. Awesome. All right, are we ready to jump to the next part?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So there we go. So I'm all about education. And as I said earlier, 21 years ago, I started educating people on how to grow fruit trees in their backyard. And I had one class that I gave. And it was about 45 minutes, and I covered pretty much everything I knew back then. But since then, we've expanded the fruit tree classes quite a bit. And this year, what I've done is I've reshuffled everything, and we have 6 classes. 6 classes. There we go. We have 6 different classes we're going to be giving. Everything you need to know before you buy your fruit tree. I'm going to touch on that briefly today, but there's a much more in-depth class. And then everything you need to know after you buy your fruit tree. This includes pruning and how to plant it. The 3rd class is how to care for your fruit trees long term, how to fertilize them, how to water them, those kinds of things. My 4th class that's brand new this year is my favorite fruit trees. We have done a lot of experimenting over the past 30 years here at the Urban Farm, and I have a list of fruit trees that are amazing trees. They do really well here. I'm going to share that with you. What I tell people all the time is that if you're going to spend $50 on a fruit tree, you're going to spend at least that much on supplements and fertilizers and like that, especially in our extreme times here. So we have a class on what supplies do you need, and then we bring in about 30 different varieties of trees because they're the ones that work here. We actually have a special order program through Dave Wilson Nursery that we can get any of the fruit trees that they have in their stock. So literally thousands of fruit trees are available to purchase. So we open that up to you. You have to do your homework about chill hours and rootstocks and that ripening times, that kind of stuff. But that is available to you. We'll be doing a class sometime in the next month on our special order fruit tree program. All right, cool. Here is my quick guide on choosing your fruit trees. This is everything, well, not everything. This is the main things that you need to know before you buy your fruit trees. This is me, 1974. Yes, I had braces back then, and I was a gardening nerd, go figure. And back then I discovered that the favorite thing for me to grow is a fruit tree because you plant it once and you harvest fruit for decades. And a lot of people will go to a big box store, they'll go to a nursery, and they'll just buy what's there. As I mentioned in the video, buy a peach. Well, not all peaches are the same, and they're not going to grow here. So if you're willing to experiment and juggle whether you're going to get peaches or not, 1989, I bought a peach tree at Costco, never made fruit. After 20 years, I took it out. It was a beautiful tree, never made one fruit. If you're willing to experiment with it, then go for it. But the cost is the tree, the water, the fertilizers, the hope, and the time. So experimenting works if you know you're experimenting, or you can go with what works, which is what we bring in. All right, 3 things absolutely that you need to know before you buy your deciduous trees. This does not count for citrus trees. Chill hours. Chill hours are any cold hours below about 38 degrees. We get about, I'm even downplaying it a little bit, we get about 300 hours of chill here in the valley. So you need to buy fruit trees that have less than 300 hours of chill if you're going to get fruit. So if you go to one of the big box stores and they have a early Alberta peach requires 800 hours of chill, it will never make fruit. So know your chill hours. We get about 300 hours here. Buy the fruit trees that are under 300 hours. By the way, all the ones we bring in qualify for that. Next. Rootstocks. Rootstocks are very specific to a climate. And often what happens with big box stores is a big box store will call Dave Wilson Nursery and say, we'll take 2,500 roots, Santa Rosa plums on XYZ rootstock. I'm making XYZ up. XYZ rootstock might work really well in Seattle, but we need Nemagard here. So if you buy a fruit tree on the wrong rootstock in the wrong climate, it's probably going to die. So be cognizant of that. Again, we bring in all the right rootstocks. The other thing that I discovered a while back, maybe 10 years ago back, was ripening times. It's a really important thing to buy soft flesh fruit that ripens before about July 5th. Otherwise, it just cooks on the tree. So I mentioned the low chill apples. We can get all kinds of low chill apples that ripen in the fall, but they have to go through the summer. So the productivity goes way down, the viability of the fruit goes way down. And so what I suggest for apples, peaches, apricots, plums, berries, grapes, that you buy fruit trees that ripen before July, call it the 1st of July. You're going to be a lot happier with that. And that also goes to climate appropriate trees. What is appropriate? What tree is appropriate for your area? Again, we bring all those in. Some other things to know real quick. Fruiting viability. I had one of my neighbors purchase a pomegranate. She thought she was purchasing an edible pomegranate. It turns out it was a decorative pomegranate. The nursery probably knew that selling it to her. That's like, wrong. That's just bogus. So make sure that you're buying trees that are viable to fruit here in the desert. Again, all of ours are. Then there's fruit, self-fruitful versus not self-fruitful. That means, do you need a cross-pollinator? Most of the trees that we bring in, they do not. If they do need a cross-pollinator, I'm trying to think, there's one or two of our trees needs a cross-pollinator. It's marked in the cart. So that means you'll need to buy 2 trees rather than 1. And then the best time to plant for citrus, we like the fall, mid-October, and for deciduous and tropicals, we do that in January. And there's a whole methodology behind that that I will explain in the full-length class. And then what to put in the hole, I cover that in depth, but basically what we're encouraging you to do is dig a square hole, saves 40% of the native soil out of the hole, add 60% planting mix, a pound of azomite, a pound of worm castings, and an ounce of mycorrhiza. Mix it up in the wheelbarrow and plant your tree with that, and then put a nice basin, 6-foot diameter basin, 6 inches of woody mulch basin around the tree to start with. All right. And this is our ultimate goal. That right picture is in the kitchen at the Urban Farm a few years ago. I know because there's ripe apples there that those are mid-pride peaches, because mid-pride peaches and apples ripen at the same time. And the bucket on the left was one of our customers that said, oh my gosh, Greg, I planted this fruit tree 3 years ago and this is what I got. It's like, yes, that's what we're after. So there you have it. That is the short version of this class that will be an hour long when you sign up for it, which I highly recommend you do.
And it's easy to shop right now. urbanfarm.org/order trees now. Don't forget, if you want one of our specials, you need to add the free item to your order and then use the code. 1 code per person, please.
Excellent. All right. Now we're going to our second video. So somebody asked in the chat room, I'm checking in the chat room as best as I can throughout this. Remember, if you have questions, we're going to take extended questions in our extended classes. So Janice, what is the sign-up link for those classes?
urbanfarm.org/events.
Perfect. And there's a whole bunch of them out there, right?
Yeah, I've got them all in there last night.
Oh, nice. Nice. This time of year is work 24 hours a day for us. So Mosette, our second success story, it comes from Mosette. She came to me a couple of years ago with a blank slate dirt backyard and said, what do I do? We started with a conversation on the phone. She purchased one of my garden consults, which we'll talk about later, and she was off on her adventure. So let's hear what she has to share. Hey, Mosette, how are you today?
Greg. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us on this epic online journey we're doing today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you bet. You came to me, maybe a year and a half ago and said, I wanted to turn my dirt plot into a garden. So that's where we're starting at today.
Well, we're in the very back of my backyard. I just had all this dirt, and I've lived here for 15 years and never did anything with it. It would just grow weeds, and I'd have the weeds cut down. And so in deciding to put in fruit trees in a garden, we needed to prepare the dirt. And so that's us getting some of the rocks out of there.
Getting the space ready?
Yes, getting it ready. Didn't really know what getting it ready meant. Before I talked to you, I put a ficus tree back there because I thought it would provide a lot of shade. And then I talked to you about edibles. And he said, why would you put a ficus tree back there when it's not even a desert tree? And I thought, well, that's really smart. I'd never thought about that.
Ficuses have a tendency to struggle in the heat, so I kind of shy away from them.
Yes.
And this is the space where you're going to be putting a citrus hedge, right?
Yes. That's the northwest corner of my backyard, and I can see my neighbors, and my neighbors can see into my backyard. You can kind of see the peak of the house there. And I wanted to screen all that. And so that's when I talked to you and said, what can I do to screen it? And you talked about a citrus hedge. Sounded good to me. In this picture, you had said, Mosette, your biggest issue is going to be building healthy soil. That's going to be your biggest job. Just build healthy soil. And you told me to get wood chips.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember saying, okay, Greg, how many wood chips should I get? And you said, as many as you can.
Did you think I was a little crazy?
Well, when they started putting the wood chips back there, I thought, Greg said as many as I can, so keep bringing them. So that's about 1.5 foot of wood chips.
Oh,
1.5 foot of wood chips. Yeah, and around those flower beds that you see, and that little stick out of the ground in the back is where the ficus tree was.
On the left.
And now it's a mulberry, and we just on the left, yes, on the back on the left, and we just put that mulberry in. To the right of that wheelbarrow is where we were working, preparing that dry dirt.
You're going to be amazed in 3 years what that dirt is going to look like. That I promise.
I believe it.
And then these are some of your garden beds. What are you growing in the garden beds?
Lots of leafy vegetables in those.
And that would have been in the winter time, right?
November, December.
Mm-hmm. That's a good time to get that stuff planted.
And you can see my neighbors back there, and that's all of what I want to screen. And you had mentioned building healthy soil and native mesquite trees. And so now across that whole back behind the wheelbarrow and over to the right, there are 4 mesquite trees planted that will grow big, and we will be able to plant stuff under their microclimates, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so that the trees shade it, making it a cooler microclimate along with the woody mulch.
We're looking forward to that. And those trees are growing so fast, those mesquites, I can't believe it.
Oh, yes, they will.
So everything we planted, we used your system of planting. And so we used the mycorrhiza and the azomite and measured it out. And so this is a picture. Actually, I was actually planting and measuring out the mycorrhiza, measuring out the azomite so that I could amend the soil as I planted the trees.
Nice. Yeah, so we suggest, and you'll get a lot more about this, but we suggest an ounce of mycorrhiza, a pound of worm castings, and a pound of azomite mixed in the hole when you're planting to give the tree a limb up. So I love it that you were out there actually measuring it. Good job.
And that's just us planting. Yeah, those are my sons, my crew.
That would be a dwarf bonanza peach.
Dwarf bonanza peach, yes, a dwarf bonanza peach tree that we got.
Another tree?
Yes, that's an apricot tree we got from you. And in the front yard, what I had planted, I've been here 15, almost 16 years in this house. And what I had planted over the years are the queen palms.
Oh, yeah.
And they would be beautiful when they go in the ground. And just over the years, they would die a slow death, just a slow death.
Yep.
And talk to you, and you said, Queen palms don't grow in the desert. I don't know. I don't even know why they sell them, because mine would just die. And so we talked. Yes. So you and I talked about it, and you said, and I'm moving to edible landscaping. And you said, I suggest apricot tree. So we took out the queen palm, and that's me putting in the apricot tree in the front yard where the queen palm was.
Nice. So now we're back in the backyard.
That's a citrus hedge. We're back in the backyard, and that's the citrus hedge. So that's where we put all the woody mulch, and we put those citrus trees in that will provide a hedge that will shade all that stuff you see in the background, my neighbors' houses and RVs. And that little tree that was just a stick, that it's a Pakistani mulberry, that's it straight in the back, and it's growing, and it's growing large.
Oh, that they do. Take note of the Eat Your Veggie garden box. We got another picture of that coming up. So this was your Pakistani mulberry tree.
Yeah, I planted it in January, and that's what it looked like. We got the tree from you, and that's what it looked like. And by March, it was already producing fruit. And that fruit ripened, and it was delicious. We would go out every day looking for fruit. And it ripened, and it was absolutely, that's the only fruit tree we've had that produced fruit in the first year. It's interesting. I'm looking forward to it being big and providing shade and screening that whole corner.
You mean like that?
So that's what it is now. Yeah, in 3-4 months. My son there is about 5'11", and the tree is about 7 feet tall, all in just a few months. So it's doing really well. It's in full sun. That tree is in full sun, and it has been in full sun all summer. No shade for it, and it's thriving.
What helps a lot, and I've seen this over and over and over again, when people do what we instruct them to do to get their trees in, this is what happens. And what's giving this tree a limb up is the way you planted it, what you put in the hole, and then the massive amount of woody mulch around it. That cools the space, it acts like a sponge. That tree will be 20 feet tall next year.
I'm looking forward to it, because I really want to shade the that corner, shade those garden beds.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing I really like about it is it's deciduous. So in the winter time, I'm expecting it to lose its leaves so that it allows some sun to come through to warm the garden beds. But in the summertime, when that sun is just brutal in that corner particularly, I'm looking forward to providing a lot of shade for those garden beds.
Yeah. Cool.
This is one of the trees of the citrus hedge. This is actually a ruby red grapefruit tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent this picture to you and said, Greg, my tree has some kind of disease. What's going on? And you said, no, Mosette, it's just getting beat up by the sun. It's the sun.
Yeah.
And so this is showing stress.
Yeah, that is summer heat stress. Foliar feeding will help. One thing I wanted to point out here is that, remember I said a little while ago, watch that Eat Your Veggies sign? Look at it now. So tell us about what's going on in this picture.
Yeah, we decided to plant corn. And we've read so much, and you've talked about no-till and how that damages your soil, the organic contents of your soil. Mm-hmm. So we just dug down to the dirt, and it was just in a few weeks, that dirt was much better, much softer, and we put corn seeds in there. And we didn't till, we just dug holes in the woody mulch, and that's the corn that came up. First year, I don't know, 6 weeks worth of woody mulch. In that Eat Your Veggies box right there, you can't even see the box anymore, are melons. And we used compost. We make our own compost using your method. We had some volunteer tomato plants and peppers in that compost. And one of my friends, I was going to pull them out. One of my friends says, if they like it there, leave it there. And they're still there. So I'm looking forward to the weather cooling down and those pepper plants and tomato plants really thriving.
Oh,
And
yeah.
to the left, what you see is a shade structure that was really easy. A friend of mine told us how to build it. She's built many that she said didn't work. She says, this one really works, and it does. Made out of EMT conduit that I got at the local home improvement store.
Mm-hmm.
And just put up some shade cloth. You see clips and bungee cord. Then around one of those trees, you'll see a box. My sons are 15 and they love to buy posters. And I was out there in the heat trying to wrap the paper around the trunk of that tree. And it would unwrap. The more I tried and wrap it, it would unwrap, and I was sweating and I was hot. And this was before the shade structure was up and the sun was beating down on me. And my friend said, did you get your trunks covered? And I said, I'm working on it, but it gets so hot. She said, just cover it. Don't worry about it. Just don't overanalyze it. Get it covered. And I looked in my recycle bin, and I had these boxes that the posters had come in. And I said, that'll work. So I put the box around it and just tied the box around it, and it's great. So trying to don't do the analysis paralysis.
Yes, exactly.
Just cover the trunk so that they don't get burned.
What is that white pot on the left there?
That's just something somebody gave me. She had these things, and it's funny when you start to tell people you garden. Mm-hmm. It's amazing the people that you meet that also garden. And yep. She had this stuff she was getting rid of, and she my kids swim, and her daughter swims with my kids. And when I told her, she said, what are you doing this summer and during COVID? She said, I have this stuff I'll give you. I love the gardening community because everybody is so nice and they're so helpful. Yeah. And so it's just when that tree was really little, I put that around the bottom to keep that's a kumquat tree. And I have lots of the cottontail rabbits to keep the rabbits from eating at the trunk, the bottom of the tree. So yeah, that's just a protector, just something I had on the back porch.
Nice. Okay, there's a before picture. I just wanted to, that's an after. We got them backwards. That's a before. So that's that garden bed with the tomatoes and
watermelon. Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
It's amazing. So yeah, absolutely amazing. Build your healthy soil. There's the one of the trees going in a grass basin.
Yes, and then we put the mulch around the tree in the right, and the thing you see in the back behind the tree on the right is the roots of that queen palm that came down. On the left, you see the queen palm still up there. And that queen palm is gone now.
Tell us the story of this tree. This is an amazing story.
So when I first moved in, I got this tree and I just planted it. I didn't know anything about anything. And it's in my backyard near the garage, and I don't use the garage much. So I just neglected it. And it looked better than it looks in the left, actually, by me neglecting it. So then I decided to do this edible landscaping and try and make it look like a tree. And I was going to paint the bottom white and cut all the stuff on the bottom off the tree, all the limbs on the bottom. And I think I just about killed the tree, giving it the wrong kind of attention. It was doing kind of okay, being neglected, but giving it the wrong kind of attention. That's what happened. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm killing this tree. What's going on? So I talked to you about my tree, and you talked about what it needed. It needed, I think you said iron, and it needed a lot of water, and it needed woody mulch. So if you can see in the left, you can see those the PVC pipe on the ground, and it's just in the dirt. There's no woody mulch on the left. And on the right, you see the same PVC pipe, but to the right by the fence, the woody mulch, and the irrigation circle that you suggest. Yeah. And look how the tree is just thriving. The wrong kind of attention, you can really kill a tree, was what you told me. And I was giving it the wrong kind of attention.
There you go.
And now that tree is doing really, really well.
That's the woody mulch. That's the azomite. That's getting it watered correctly. Absolutely. Oh, there's like 3 slides talking about this. So tell me about what's going on here.
And I had a sprinkler system back there. So I called a nonprofit to see if they could put my sprinkler system back together. And they said, you could be our edible landscaping demonstration project. And the name of the nonprofit is Tiger Mountain Foundation. And they
Love
do a
what they
lot of
do.
work with volunteers.
Yep.
Yes, and so they're doing some work with the USDA. South Phoenix is considered a food desert, which means that there are
Mhm.
not a lot of stores, there's not a lot of access to fresh food. And so they wanted to do an edible landscaping project and replicate it in a lot of places in South Phoenix. I live in Laveen, but I'm just on the other side of South Phoenix. So this is their volunteers, and this is them working in that dirt area that you saw in the first picture. The left corner is now where all of that corn and that everything is that you saw. And this is them working, bringing their crew to work
Cool.
I'm Tiger Mountain's edible landscaping demonstration project
Yeah. So
for
this
the USDA component of their, before and after. This is when the pool was first put in. And the reason I had the openings in the patio is it was cheaper. You paid for concrete. The more concrete you use, the more expensive it is. So the guy that put in the concrete said, Mosette, to save money, put some planters in there. And he put sleeves, just PVC sleeves that go between the planters so we can get water in there, the guy who put the patio in.
Mhm.
And when Tiger Mountain came, they said, oh, this is great. That was really smart to put these sleeves in because we can get water to all these areas. So the left is the before, and that's just the dirt in the back. And on the right that's a lot of the same stuff that was in the back in those garden beds. You can see the garden beds on the right in the very back. And there was chard and turnips and mustard greens and kale.
And that's what's growing in these garden beds around the pool now.
Yes, edible
Seasonal
landscaping.
That's
Absolutely.
nice. Oh my gosh. And this?
So what happens is Tiger Mountain they sell produce at the farmer's market. And so what we do is through Tiger Mountain, we take our produce to the farmer's market. So that's one of my sons out in one of those garden beds with a Swiss chard, and he's cutting it and preparing it. You see the kale in the bottom picture.
Mhm.
And in the right picture is turnips. You can kind of see the turnips in the basket. Those are some of our melons. In the top are okra, our basil, tomatoes, peppers. And that's all stuff that we also take to the farmer's market with Tiger Mountain. And those are extras. We eat what we grow, but we can't eat all of this. This is a whole lot to eat. So the rest we take to the farmer's market.
And there's the farmer's market booth.
Yeah.
That is awesome. With your sons working it, by the way. And how old did you say they were?
They're 15 years
Love it
old.
at that
That's them selling at the farmer's market. Yeah.
Nice. And your workers.
So I have this vision now, and I didn't have this vision in the beginning, and I didn't have any vision in the beginning. I just wanted my sprinklers put back together, right? And as this moves along, we have gotten chickens. We got 5 chickens. We have a little Silky, the little white poof. You can't really see her back there. Our 5 hens. We got them at a day old, and they've started laying eggs. And so we also are doing eggs, and we just have a bigger vision of our backyard now, of the chickens and the dog, and thinking of getting goats at some point. So we're really enjoying this. It's a lot of fun, and very rewarding. And for the kids, it teaches them so much. They've been trenching and laying pipe and the water and the irrigation. I can tell my sons, I want water to that side of the yard, and they can go do it. They know how to do it. And so as a single mom, that's great to be able to have my sons actually knowing how to do things.
Big time. Big time.
And making money, taking their produce to the farmer's market.
Right. And it is invaluable to know how to do plumbing and electrical and garden work and, you name it.
It really is. And it gives them a great sense of accomplishment and self-esteem. They're kids and they're teenagers, so they grumble. That's what teenagers do about everything. It's just the nature of a teenager. But one day I was driving and they were in the car and they looked at somebody's yard and they were critiquing this person's yard as we were driving down the street. Say, we could have done that. We would have done a better job than that. What they should have done is, and I was just really pleased that yes. Now they didn't know that they were telling me, wow, Mom, we're really learning a lot. They'd never say that because that's not cool to tell your mom.
Yeah.
But they're learning a lot and a lot of invaluable skills.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And keep up the good work, and we'll catch up again.
Thanks, Greg. Take care.
Hey, Mosette, how are you? Mute. Start my video. There we go. Oh my gosh, Janice, the technology is actually working. And there you go, you're unmuted now. The technology is working. I think that's what I was most nervous about was, is this technology really going to work? And there are...
We have been through some ups and downs with the technology. It was a little bit nerve-wracking while we got ready for it.
Yeah, that is for sure. Okay, a couple things I want to touch on real quick. One of the things that Mosette talked a lot about was the mulch. She followed her directions around the mulch, and that's so, so important. Excuse me. The other thing she touched on was wrapping the tree trunks. And I have learned a lot, and I've been growing fruit trees for 40 years. I've been seriously growing them for 30 years here at the Urban Farm. And I've learned a lot the past couple of years, and I've never been a fan of whitewashing a tree. And what I discovered this year is with the more extreme weather, we're getting more fruit tree borers in our trees. And Tom from Dave Wilson Nursery, who we're going to hear from next, talks about whitewashing the trunks of trees. That helps keep the borers away. So that's really important. So those are two great takeaways. Plus, I love the fact that she's getting her kids trained on this as well. We're going to jump into our specials, I think, Janice. Okay. So if you want to sign up for the prize drawing today, go to urbanfarm.org/kickoff. I just checked my email. I get a notice every time somebody signs up. I just checked my email, and hundreds of them came through before we started that last video. So get signed up. We're going to be giving away some stuff. Are we giving away anything now, Janice?
Yes, we do. We have, excuse me, got to pull his headsets off. We have a winner for a consult.
Oh, hold on.
It's going to be for Faye Bruno.
Oh, great. So let me tell you a little bit about my garden consults. About 15 years ago, people used to come to the house and we would sit in my front driveway and they would bring pictures of their yard, and I would look them up on Google Earth and we would have a chat about it, and that very quickly became something that we could do virtually. So our garden consults are $95. Janice will put Janice or Renee will put the link in the chat room. They're invaluable. They come with a money-back guarantee, and you will learn so much about your space. So, consider jumping in on those, and congratulations on that garden consult. You're going to love it. Oh.
Hey, I have a quick shout out, Greg.
Yeah.
For anybody who's ordering today and wants to be able to take advantage of our specials, they need to make sure they put the free item in their order and then use the proper code. I will be going through and trying to fix anything that needs to be fixed over the next several days, but you'll save a lot of time and make sure you get the right one if you put in your free item and then use the code.
Well, and you made it really easy for them because on the left in the shopping cart, there's a list of the codes, right?
Yeah, and I even made up on the top, there's a link called Kickoff Specials, and you can choose from the 3 of them right there. And if you click on it, it adds it.
Excellent. So one of the things Janice and I noticed is there's a lot of great questions coming in. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but we're trying to keep this event to 4 hours today. And literally with all those questions, we could go to 6 hours. So we're looking at how to maybe download them and put them in a blog post, make sure we include them in our upcoming classes. But what I'd really encourage you to do is go to urbanfarm.org/events and sign up for one or all of our classes. You want to take every single one of them. I know it's going to take you 3 or 4 hours to do that of your time, but it will be so worth your time. And guess what? It's free. The classes are free. That's on purpose. All right, what else, Janice?
Well, what do we got next, Greg?
Are we hearing from Tom?
Well, actually, we're going to talk about the specials
Oh,
themselves.
very good. All
If
right, cool.
someone spends $100 on fruit trees and plants today during the kickoff weekend, they get their choice of either How to Prune Fruit Trees and Roses, which is that book that you found. And it has instructions and diagrams on fruit trees and roses. It's really amazing. All they need to do is add that book to their order and use the code PRUNE2020. And the next option they have is if they want to get our new harvest calendars. We've got 3 different harvest calendars, one for deciduous trees, one for deciduous bushes and vines, and one for citrus. And on the back side of them is our fruit tree nutrition schedule. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this combination. They get to have 2 of these, put 2 calendars on your cart, and then use the code HARVEST2020, Harvest 2020.
Before you leave
And
this slide, hold on, before you leave that slide. So what we've done is we've worked with High Creations. You're going to hear from Anthony in a little while. And on the back side of the harvest calendars, we're actually giving you a month by month, blow by blow. Here's what you need to be do to nutrifying and fertilizing your trees every month. And that's what we're so excited about, especially with this extreme weather we're in the midst of.
Well,
So
because one
good
of the
job,
things that we
Janice.
did was we took the information from how to foliar feed, all the information you've been teaching for years on how to granular feed, and we added even how to drench feed our trees. How and when is all included on this schedule.
Yeah, really important.
And it's easy to follow. And so then if you are one of those people who are ready to spend $250 on fruit trees and plants, we've got an amazing offer for you. Greg, this is what you do every year. What's your option here?
Yep, you get a 50-pound bag of BioFlora dry crumbles. This is an organic fertilizer made right here in Arizona. I've been buying from them for 15 years. This is an amazing product. And we're gonna, if you spend $250 today, we're gonna give you a bag of it. That's a $50 value.
Yep, just add it to your cart and use the code KICKOFF2020. All of these items are available for separate purchase, but this weekend they're special.
Excellent. Thank you, Janice.
Thank you.
All right. So additionally today, we're going to be offering 3 videos from experts on different topics around extreme fruit tree care. The first one comes from Tom Spellman. He's with Dave Wilson Nursery. He's our rep from Dave Wilson Nursery on the concept of backyard orchard culture. Now, Tom spoke with us live last year, and he's always a great speaker. And what we were looking for was some boiled down version. So this is a video that he recorded a few years ago on backyard orchard culture. And one of the cool things is he grew up as a teenager in the early 70s. And he used to tell me how he used to skateboard to the nursery to work back then. So he was working in the nursery business in the early 1970s. So here's what Tom has to share about backyard orchard culture.
Delicious. Hi, I'm Tom Spellman with Dave Wilson Nursery, and this morning we're going to walk around the nursery a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about backyard orchard culture. I think one of the most important things to understand when it comes to backyard orchard culture is it's not commercial orchard culture. In fact, it's about as different as it could possibly be. A great example, my first example, look at this row of trees. This is a walnut orchard here at Dave Wilson Nursery. We use it for seed stock and budwood. I could land a plane in this row. Space is all in here for one reason. The space is all here for equipment needs. If you don't need to run a John Deere tractor through your backyard, you don't need to space your trees like a commercial orchardist. So if I was a commercial grower of walnuts here in the San Joaquin Valley, I would absolutely require that much space in my orchard. I need 20-foot roadways. I need 20 feet in between my trees. I need to be able to get large equipment in, tractors, trucks, a crew of people, harvesting equipment. All that needs access. All that needs to be able to maneuver around freely through the orchard. If I'm a backyard grower, it's a completely different situation. The only thing I need space for is myself, or maybe a small piece of garden equipment. I don't need 20-foot roadways. I don't need 20 feet or 18 feet or 16 feet in between trees. All I need is enough room for me. I don't have a commercial expectation of my harvest. I don't need hundreds and hundreds of pounds of fruit per tree. I just need enough for myself and my family. So small trees come into play. I don't need to grow a 20-foot fruit tree. I don't have a commercial expectation. I think another really important concept to take into consideration is what's important to a commercial grower isn't always important to a backyard grower. For example, if I'm a grower of Asian pears, this is a beautiful piece of fruit. The size is nice. It's not too big. It's not too small. It's perfect. It's blemish-free. It's just freshly harvested off the tree, and it has eye appeal. Well, the way commercial fruit is sold in the market is by eye appeal. When you go to the market, you don't taste the fruit in the market, you don't smell the fruit in the market, you look at it. And if it looks good, you buy it. Now, under backyard conditions, I'm not necessarily concerned with the same aspects in a piece of fruit. I like a perfect piece of fruit, but if it has a blemish, I don't care. If it has a little split, I don't care. If it has seeds, that doesn't bother me. All I really want is flavor. If it tastes good, I know I'm getting what I want out of my backyard trees. And if I have to spit out a couple of seeds or cut out a worm occasionally, it's not really that big an issue to me. I don't have to have perfect fruit, I just have to have flavor. Another important backyard concept is tree size control. We're here in our newly planted backyard orchard style project that's been in now for about 8 months. And when we put this project in, our little Santa Rosa plum here was stubbed back to about knee high. We came in and did a early summer pruning on it where we cut it back here to about 30 inches. So now it's September and now the tree's grown out again. So now it's back up to over 6 feet tall. So as a young tree, I can come in now and check this again. I may not need to do any winter pruning on this tree, but I can come in now and choose a size that I want for almost a predetermined height on this tree. I can allow it to flush out one more time and that's going to be my final structure. So by this time next year, this tree will be as big as I'll ever let it get. So we can come in now about maybe 18 inches above our last cut and start to take out a little wood. Always kind of pruning so that our next flush of growth is going to come outwards. So we're not going to prune every branch. We're going to prune the major branches. We're just going to take this growth back, just check this growth so that we have a nice controlled size, so that we have an easy to manage small tree. I may come back in the winter and do a little bit of detail work on it. I may thin it out a little bit. I may open up the center a little bit, but I'm not taking that into consideration now. Really, all I'm taking into consideration now is just where my cuts are going to be so that my next flush of growth is going to give me that finished size and finished shape. So that's really all I'm going to do now. So there are really 3 main important considerations to backyard orchard culture, and they're all pretty simple and common sense. Number 1, control tree size so it's manageable for you. And there's no standard for that. It's whatever is manageable for you. For me, I like that 7.5 foot tree because I can reach it from the ground. If you want something a little larger, you want a 10-foot tree, you want a 12-foot tree, and that's manageable for you, that's fine. For me, I want it all to be all my work to be able to be done from the ground. So that's probably the most important concept. Control tree size so it's manageable for you. Number 2, you don't want to think like a commercial grower. A commercial grower wants all his fruit to ripen at once. They want to come through with their trucks and their equipment and their people and pick the entire orchard and take the fruit to market. That's the last thing you want as a backyard grower. You don't want a lot of fruit at any one given time. You want a little bit of fruit all the time. So you're going to grow multiple varieties in the same space a commercial grower would grow one tree. You're going to grow 3 or 4 or 5, and they're going to be successive ripening varieties so you can pick over an extended season. 3 or 4 peach varieties, May Pride, an Eva's Pride, Mid Pride, and an August Pride. There's 4 months worth of peaches. Put the 4 trees together in the place of one standard size orchard tree, keep it size controlled. Every month for 3 or 4 months, you've got 75, 100, 125 peaches that you can enjoy. So control tree size, grow successive ripening varieties, and also really important, grow what you like, grow what you're going to use, grow things that you can work into your daily culinary lifestyle, things that you'll use in the kitchen, things that your kids enjoy, things that your neighbors enjoy, because you'll probably still have plenty of fruit to share, even growing under controlled conditions like that. So control tree size, grow successive ripening varieties, grow what you like and what you'll use. Another really important concept to understanding backyard orchard culture is know your microclimate. And I'm not talking about your USDA zone or your sunset zone. I'm talking about your individual piece of property. You want to understand everything about the weather conditions on your piece of property. Understand where your hot spots are and where your cold spots are. Understand where your wet spots are in the soil, where the heavy soil is, where the sandy soil is, where the dry soil is. Understand where you have a frost sheltered area, where you have wind sheltered areas. Once you know your individual microclimate, then you know what you can put in what particular place. If you have an area that is windy and cold and stays too wet, you're certainly not going to plant a subtropical like a papaya or a mango in that spot. If you have an area that is dry and hot, there's your perfect spot for pomegranates or jujubes. If you have an area that stays wet, say close to a lawn where the water ends up, then you want to make sure that you're planting a tree on a rootstock that's adaptable to heavy, wet soil. So understand your particular microclimate. Know everything about your piece of property. Once you know that, then you can intelligently start to put trees out and place them in an environment where they're going to be able to live and thrive for many, many years. Along with understanding your microclimate, once you know where you can put a pomegranate and where you can put a citrus and where you can put a plum tree on citation rootstock, then you really want to understand rootstock. Don't use rootstocks because they're semi-dwarfing or standard. Don't use rootstocks for size control. It really doesn't matter what rootstock a tree is grafted onto, whether it's a semi-dwarf or a standard. This peach tree on citation, semi-dwarf, or on Nemagard standard, you're looking at a tree that's going to be 15 feet as a semi-dwarf, 20 feet plus as a standard. Well, that's still too big for me. I still am not going to consider that rootstock for size control. I want that rootstock for its adaptability to my particular soil condition and my geographic area. So if I have a heavy wet soil, I'm obviously going to plant that peach tree on citation. If I have a sandy, fast draining soil, I'm going to put it in a Nemagard. And then I'm going to determine the size of the tree. I'm not going to allow the rootstock to determine the size of the tree. I'm going to determine that size by pruning. So summer pruning for size control, a little bit of winter pruning for detail, and I'm going to choose a size that works for me and keep the tree controlled to that size indefinitely. Now you always have options. Here's a great option if you have a really heavy wet soil that doesn't drain well. Just create a small raised bed. You can build a raised bed out of anything you want. You want to use brick, block, railroad ties, riverbed boulders, or just a simple 2x12 frame. Anything you can do to get the root system 8 to 12 to 14 or 16 inches up above grade is going to make a huge difference in how these trees perform. Cherries typically don't like wet, heavy soil, but just giving them this little 12-inch raised bed will make all the difference in the world in how the root systems function. The water has an opportunity to get away from the root crown. The soil and the root system will be able to breathe and oxygenate well. If I planted this tree at grade and it was a wet, heavy soil, this cherry is probably good for a year to 3 years and it's going to be gone. In just a simple raised bed situation like this, it's going to live a long, healthy life. No home orchard project is going to be complete without some sort of a problem arising from time to time. Maybe you have an insect problem, maybe you have a disease problem, something that you can't really properly identify. We get emails like this all the time. Our Facebook page has questions every day. You know, I have black spots on my walnuts. I have browning on the foliage of my cherry. What's my problem? Well, it's almost impossible to determine what your problem is through a Facebook page or an internet photo. So here's what you need to do. If you have a problem that you can't identify and you feel that there's a need to treat for that problem, you want to take a sample down to a local retail nursery, somebody that you trust, somebody that you have faith in that will be able to help you out with a problem, and let them identify it for you. But don't just drag a tree branch down there or a handful of leaves or some infected fruit. Make sure to do one thing, and the retail nurserymen that watch this segment will shake my hand for this. Seal up your sample. Get yourself a nice Ziploc baggie. Select some average samples on the tree. There's a cherry problem. I don't really know what that cherry problem is. So 1 leaf, 2 leaf, 3 leaves in the bag. Seal it up. Don't wait till tomorrow. Don't wait till next week. Take it right down to a local retail nursery and show the nursery professional what your problem is. They'll take out a loop or a lens or just, you know, be able to take a look at that leaf and tell you, oh, okay, this is, black spot, or this is some sort of a fungus problem or an insect issue. They'll identify your problem and they'll recommend the proper product to treat for it. And oftentimes you don't need to use a chemical spray or a pesticide. If it's a crawling insect like scale or mealybug or aphis, sometimes you can just take your hose and a high pressure nozzle and just blast it off the tree. I personally am always going to look for the organic alternative. Chemical spray is the last possible solution in my arsenal. I only do that if I absolutely have to do that. One of the most important things to be successful with backyard gardening in general, or really any type of gardening, and here's my philosophy on it: if it's not concrete or lawn, in my landscape, it gets mulched. So anything that's bare soil is going to have a mulch on top of it. And mulching does 4 really important things for us. Number 1, it keeps the ground temperature an average of 10 to up to 20 degrees cooler than an unmulched soil. So all of your fine feeder roots can function well at the surface without being damaged during the hot summer months. Number 2, it can make better use of your irrigation water by up to 50%. That's a dollars and cents savings. You're going to save a substantial amount of money on irrigation because you don't have to irrigate as often with a good layer of mulch on the ground. Number 3, it brings back the bioactivity to our soil. It brings back mycorrhizal activity, earthworms, all the beneficial insects and fungi that help trees to feed in a more natural and efficient form. So if we bring back the bioactivity, we can really limit the amount of fertilizer we have to put on. That bioactivity, the decomposition of the mulch, provide most of the basic nutrients that the tree is going to need to survive and do well. And number 4, weed seeds won't germinate through 2 to 4 inch layer of mulch. So any weed seeds that are on the surface, when you put that mulch layer on, they're not coming through. The exception would be not seeds, but rhizaceous grasses, things like Bermuda grass. If you have Bermuda grass and you put a mulch layer on top of it, the Bermuda is coming right through. So before you put mulch on an area that has Bermuda grass, make sure to control the Bermuda grass. So there's 4 great reasons to mulch. Keeping the soil cooler, making better use of your irrigation water, bringing back the bioactivity, keeping weed seeds down, less time weeding the garden. And a good mulch to me is something like this. I'm not looking for really fine little pathway bark. I'm looking for something like this. It's really biodiverse. It's lots of different types of wood products. It's lots of different sizes of wood chunks. It's anything from 6 inches long down to little microchips. That has biodiversity, and that has the ability to breathe well. All those chips and chunks of wood fall at different angles, and the soil can oxygenate well. It doesn't create an anaerobic condition where water stays on the surface and isn't allowed to move freely through the soil. So the soil can oxygenate and breathe well, and you create all kinds of microbes and wonderful organisms that help to benefit the growth of the plants and trees. Since you're mulching now, we talked about fertilizer a little bit, you can really limit the types of fertilizer that you're putting on. Nitrogen becomes my enemy in backyard orchard culture. Nitrogen is great if I want my lawn to look like a professional golf course. Nitrogen gives us green, vigorous color, growth, a lot of power, a lot of flush of growth. I don't want that with my size-controlled fruit trees. The more nitrogen I put on, the more pruning I have to do, and in turn, the less development of fruiting wood I'm going to get. So once my trees are established, once I have my mulch layer on, I'm controlling my irrigations to irrigate only when I need to irrigate. At that point, I'm going to choose a fertilizer that's low in nitrogen, high in phosphorus and potash, some trace elements, zinc, iron, manganese, and a humic acid base. And that's what I'm going to feed with from that point on. Enough nitrogen to hold color, but not promote vigor. The phosphorus and potash will give me root stability and aid in the development of fruiting and flowering wood. So I'll have more fruit at a younger age, a good stable root system, and less growth that I'm going to have to prune. Here's a really important last comment on backyard orchard culture that most people don't even realize until I bring it up in lectures. This is another thing backyard orchard culture does for us that I think is really important. It allows us to get back to our roots. It allows us to go back to farming. It allows us to get our hands dirty, go out, get some fresh air, get some sunshine, get some exercise, eat some delicious fresh fruit, and do what we really enjoy doing. Let's face it, if you didn't enjoy backyard gardening in general, you wouldn't be watching this video, and more than likely, you'd have a gardener come and do all your work for you and you wouldn't pay any attention to it. But you're different. You enjoy that. You like to go out and work in the yard. You like to spend some time out with Mother Nature and be able to eat fresh fruit and fresh vegetables and smell wonderful fresh roses and look at beautiful flower gardens. So if you didn't enjoy it, you wouldn't be doing it. Now you're getting a great benefit out of it. You're getting health benefit, the fresh air, the sunshine, the exercise. It all makes it worthwhile. It all brings it together. It's a great way to spend quality time with your family, quality time in your yard, and enjoy what you've produced.
All righty. Wow. So that was a lot of great information. I always love what Tom has to share. One of the really important things that he touched on was the importance of microclimates. Microclimates are in your yard, and you've got many of them. And what makes a microclimate warmer or cooler is, warmer is block walls, gravel, anything that holds on to heat. A western exposure. A western exposure is you get sun from noon until sundown. So in the desert, that makes it a really harsh, hot microclimate. So paying attention to your microclimates is a really important thing to do. That's your takeaway from that video. I think we're going to give away a couple things, aren't we, Janice?
Yes, we are. We have. Can you hear me? Yeah. I wanted to make sure my technology was working. We have picked several winners right now because we have so many things to give away. We just can't wait till the end of the day to do it. So the first person we're going to give away to is for Brad Denton. You get a harvest calendar today, Brad.
Yay, Brad. Awesome.
The second person is for Cassidy Klinger. You've got a pruning book coming to you. And then the next person we've picked is Keith Jensen, who gets a planting starter kit for a fruit tree.
Nice. Okay, the planting starter kit. Remember I mentioned the azomite, mycorrhiza, and worm castings? That's a planting kit for one tree. So that's what you get. Awesome. Thanks, Janice. And we put up that slide. Taylor, bring up that slide again, would you? The one that was just up about the giveaway. Thank you. We put this slide up. And every time it goes up, and then I go, during the breaks when the video's playing, I check my email, and I get an email every time somebody signs up. The first time I checked my email after about 10 minutes, there was like 482 people that had signed up for that. So that's awesome. Keep it coming. We've got more stuff to give away. Now I think we're going to take some questions, aren't we, Janice?
Yeah, and then I'm going to have 2 more drawings right before we end this section. All right, so one of the questions that came through was placing an order for the fruit trees when they want to have a consult.
Oh, yes. So go ahead and place your fruit tree order. The email that I put out on Friday that said fruit tree shortages, the sort of part was that we can always get more trees from Dave Wilson Nursery until I talked to them on Friday. And what we've done in the past years is we place our bulk order in March. And then we add stuff throughout the fall as we run out of things. And I am really encouraging people to, get your fruit tree order in. So order trees now, order your consult now. If we want to shift some things around, we can do that tree-wise. Here's the thing. Everything in our shopping cart, with the exception of the blueberries, which I'm still calling experimental here. Some people have great luck with blueberries. Some people don't. But everything in our cart will do well here. So look to see what you love. What do you love to grow? If you had something growing in your yard and it was the perfect peach or the perfect berry, that's what I would order. So I'd go ahead and place your order now, today, to make sure that, that we don't run out.
Yeah. We have a question from Sarah who wants to know about how long citrus can sit in its original bucket before we do the planting.
Ah, very good.
Apparently she's not quite ready to buy her house yet.
Right. So I think I saw that email, and I think she said she was going to be moving in January, February, March. So I wouldn't plant them before March 1st. And if you purchase citrus now, and we'll give you instructions on how to keep them alive and water them between now and then, they would be just fine. If you were a year out, that would be a different story. But if you're just six months out, I'd say go for it.
Right.
Especially with the citrus. I got a citrus shout out here in a little while, so I won't touch that now.
Perfect. How far apart can citrus trees be planted?
How far apart can citrus trees be planted?
That's a good question for you.
Yeah, and it depends, really all trees. So I think somebody had mulberries they wanted to do in a hedge. If you're doing a hedge, 5 to 6 feet from trunk to trunk is the perfect spacing. I've done a lot of experimenting. My first apple tree hedge that I planted out here at the urban farm was 3 feet apart, way too close. 5 to 6 feet if you're doing a hedge, and then just, grow from there. If you want a standard size citrus, it's going to be 20 feet diameter. You're going to not want to put them closer than that. I don't suggest that, although it's easier to do that with citrus because the birds don't damage citrus as much. So
The next question is, how many classes can they take?
Oh, how many classes do you want to take? All the fruit tree education classes are free. It has been that way since the inception because, quite honestly, we sell fruit trees. And it's in our best interest to make sure that you're successful with your fruit trees. And how we make sure that you're successful with your fruit trees is getting you educated. And it's amazing how much, just in the last 5 years, how much more we've learned. And last year, our big discovery was rather than doing a round hole, do a square hole to plant your tree in. And I'll talk about that in more classes. But if you're digging fruit tree holes, make them square holes.
Right.
And take as many classes as you want and dig into. So we do also have a member portal when you buy trees from us. So when you place an order with us, you'll get access to our member portal, which has documents and videos and classes. I promise you, more information than you will ever want about fruit trees.
This next question is more for me than for you. Some people are running into little glitches when they're registering for classes. What I would like to say is I set up, with the help of my gal Frances, who's a new member of our team, I think we set up like 18 classes in the last 2 days, which is a lot of background work. If for some reason one of those classes that you register are not fully going through and you don't get a confirmation email that you've got it, just hang tight, give me a couple days, send me an email, I'll fix it, and we'll make sure that you get in. All right, are you ready for some more winners?
Sure.
All
Winner,
right.
winner, chicken dinner.
For
Are you giving away a fruit tree?
How about a mulberry bush?
A mulberry bush, the dwarf black mulberry bush, one of my favorites. You can grow it out as a tree or you can grow it out as a bush. And I have examples of both of those here at the Urban Farm. You'll be able to see that in my Greg's Favorite Fruit Tree class that we have coming up. So mulberry bush it is.
I love all the pictures of the mulberry from that dwarf bush is your hands. I can tell that it's your hands holding the mulberries.
You know, a funny story about that?
Uh-huh.
My dad was a financial planner. And for decades, he was after me to take over his financial planning business. And I used to say to him, Dad, these are farmer hands. They're not financial planning hands. And my brother took over the business. So it's like, yes.
Well, our winner for the mulberry bush today is Carl Schurtz.
Yay,
and that's
Carl.
SCHURTZ. And one more winner for a fruit tree is Nadell Haley. So that's our winners today as we
Excellent.
Keep going.
All right.
Next we have
Scott Murray.
Yeah.
We're jumping into Scott Murray. So Scott is a longtime friend of mine. He's our second expert today. He's a mentor and he runs Murray Farms in San Diego. In fact, next year in 2021, we have put together a 6-month-long farmer training program, and he's our main farmer trainer. So look for information on that. If you're looking at starting a farm, you'll definitely want to be in this course. Scott will be talking about extreme tree care and planting. Now, he talks about coffee and avocados. Neither of them are appropriate for the desert. So take note of that, but pay attention to the ways, his strategies that he's taking care of this stuff. That is the most important thing because that's what's going to help you be successful with fruit trees in the desert. Let's do it. Today I'm here with my good friend Scott Murray from Murray Farms in San Diego, and I met him a few years ago, God, maybe 10 or 12 years ago, when I drove up his driveway to see what he was doing around his farm. And one of the things that I've noticed with Scott is that he is extremely good at extreme tree planting. So that's what we want to talk about today. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have a conversation. Scott's going to talk through his slides, and then he and I may chat along the way. So jump in, Scott.
Well, I'm showing a picture here of a planting that I just completed about 2 weeks ago. It's 36 coffee trees on a rather steep slope at the northeast side of my house. And I've been looking for many years to figure out what I was going to do with this slope. And then I finally realized this is where I should plant my genetic collection of coffee varieties. So there's 27 different varieties of coffee planted in this set of 36 plants. And then there's 9 plants, 3 each of 3 types of very special ones that are in the collection that completes it. And to prepare for this, I had to go through a whole series of steps. And one of those steps was visualizing. So this is a high density coffee planting. These trees are 6 feet apart, and these trees will grow to touch each other and be between 8 and 12 feet tall.
Wow.
And they will produce for 50 years or more.
50?
50.
Wow.
And one coffee tree that I planted to demonstrate to my crew when we were planting 2,300 5 years ago, that coffee tree in its 4th year produced 16 pounds of coffee cherries, which equals 8 pounds of coffee beans. And it's only about 10 feet tall and just getting out to be about 6 feet wide.
So that I want to point out how unusual it is for them to be producing that quickly. And that's because of these extreme care things that you've done, right?
Well, one of the key things is the good, strong, early start. If you've ever put in a plant that just started to race right after you put it in, and right next to it, you put in another one, and it just sort of sat there. Well, there was something that stalled that tree, and I look for ways to make sure that I don't stall any of the trees, that they get into a proper environment to begin a healthy growth. So the first part is planning the layout and the density that I want, and visualizing what it's going to look like at about 5 to 8 years when they get close to the size I'm going to keep them at. So with these high density avocado trees here in California, we now keep them only 16 feet high. And these are trees that could grow to 90 or 100 feet. So we have to prune them every year for productivity.
So I want to point out one thing here real quick. So far we're talking about coffee and avocados. Coffee and avocados are not environmentally appropriate for the low desert. The reason you're talking about them is because that's what you plant in your neighborhood. We have to be really cognizant about environmentally appropriate trees for our place. And we'll talk more about that in the fruit tree program.
Well, and just to touch on that, one of the factors is what we call cold chill hours. And where we are, we have less than 200 or average of around 200 cold chill hours. So we can grow things that are way on the edge of semi-tropical, like coffee and avocados. Whereas in the desert, you may get more chill hours, or you may have the similar chill hours, but you also have much greater heat hours.
Yes.
That's the balance that we're looking for. We need to get a balance of a variety selected for your chill hours so that it will set fruit, and we need to protect it and cultivate it in a way that the heat and the wind don't set it back or kill it. So oftentimes, like a windbreak is very important. And these protection structures you'll see in these slides give a windbreak to these little tiny brand new trees. The smallest ones would just be thrashed by the wind while they were trying to get established. So I create this protected space. And that's what we're looking for in extreme tree planting in the low desert, is what do we need to do to make sure that we can give this tree everything it needs? For example, we might mulch much thicker to conserve evaporation. Now, in this case, I laid out the planting on the slope on contour by choosing a starting point and then drawing a line across the slope and putting stakes at each location by using a 12-foot piece of wood and a level. So I started with my point, and then everything is level from that point, and then measured down and level from that point across the slope, and then marked those with a stake, and then we dug the holes. So
when you say, well, I want to just point out something. When you say on contour, this is a slope. On contour means the same elevation. So if you notice the center holes across the middle of the picture, those are on the same elevation, right?
Yep. They're almost perfectly even. Just the digging changes that a little bit.
Yeah. Excellent.
So one of the things we have, I live off of a road called Gopher Canyon. I should have known that I was moving to a nature preserve for gophers. So recently we put in a biodiversity planting on the farm of different flowers to provide for our predatory insects and pollinators, and also hummingbirds, because I just love them. And only one tree, one of the plants, the basket was forgotten, and it wasn't in the ground for 2 weeks before a gopher climbed up underneath it from the soil and ate its roots off. And I looked at it and I gave it more water, and then I realized, oh my gosh, this one doesn't have a basket, and it ate the roots off. And so this is a gopher basket. We custom make these 2 size out of a type of wire called aviary wire, which has 1/2-inch holes in it. They also call it gopher wire sometimes. Regular chicken wire has larger holes, which are about 1 inch, and a gopher can go right through them.
Ah, that's good to know.
Yeah, and so we custom make these, but you can also purchase these wonderful ones that are pre-made and sold flat, and you kind of open them up and shape them a little bit to the hole.
Mm-hmm.
And they come in different sizes for 1 gallon, 5 gallon, 15 gallon.
Well, the good news is we have those available in our shop.
That's right.
Yeah, we do have those available. We found them.
If you only buy, 5 trees, and that might cost, another $5 or $8 or whatever for the basket, it's insurance that the gophers are not going to eliminate that tree.
Yeah.
And I had a retailer call me up and say, oh my goodness, I have a grower. He planted 600 coffee trees, and the gophers have already eaten over 300 of them.
Oh my gosh.
And I said, did he use gopher baskets? And he said, oh, he thought that was too expensive. So he paid $30 each. He lost $9,000, and he might have spent $500 or a little more to get gopher baskets.
Yeah.
So actually his loss is the cost of the trees, the digging of the holes, all the work that went into it, and poof, they're gone.
Yeah.
That's a drag. So,
well, no, let's go back to that last slide. I just want to point out, this is a very small gopher basket. Say something about that.
Yeah. So we'll see it in a different picture, but the tree that's going into this is grown in a nursery, and it's a 3-inch by 3-inch pot that's 12 inches tall. So this basket is only 12 inches across, and there's plenty of room for the little tree to get established and root out before the gophers could get to the roots. And another thing about this, it's galvanized iron wire, and the galvanizing is basically digested by soil biolife in about 5 years, and then rust takes over, and rust will digest the basket in about another 3 to 5 years. And so that goes back into the soil in the form of iron, which is an essential nutrient for plant growth. So the basket basically becomes part of the tree. It's pretty amazing.
When we do have gophers, not everybody here in Phoenix, but some people have gophers here, so you need to pay attention to that.
One of the things is I I have worked with growers over my career that said, oh, we don't do anything. We just dig a hole and throw the tree in there,
Right.
and tamp the hole down.
Mm.
And if that tree is going to make it, it's going to make it. If it doesn't survive, it wasn't strong enough. And I would kind of look at these guys and look out at their orchard that had spots all over it of trees that were missing and go, doesn't work for me.
Right.
I believe that we need to provide what I call the leap to growing in the soil food for a potted tree or even a bare root tree, that, you know, it's coming from a steady state. The bare root tree is in dormancy, but as spring comes, it's going to start to grow. First thing it's going to look for is nutrients to help rebuild its stores. And a tree that's been in a pot, by definition, most trees, most plants in pots have used up all the nutrients that you've given them within 1 to 2 months.
Oh,
So,
that's good to know.
yes, you need to feed potted, even your ornamentals. They can consume all the food, and then they're basically starving. And you wonder why? Oh, I give it more water, and you can drown them too. So what I believe in is, let's prepare a really comprehensive dose of food that will provide the building blocks for the first year of growth.
You know,
Now,
the good news here?
Yeah.
We have something called a tree planting kit that people can buy, and we suggest they buy it when they buy their trees. So, and it's pretty much, and I got some of this data from you over the years, and then I got some of the data from Jake Mace about what to put in the hole. So what are you putting in the hole?
We use azomite, a mineral source. You have that wonderful bioflora, organic, comprehensive fertilizer. Then we also use mycorrhiza propagals, which help the plants quadruple the effectiveness of their root system, because as the plant roots grow and hit one of these propagals, the propagal will germinate and grow into the root and then grow quadruple the size of the root system. And they have the capacity to dissolve soil minerals and trade them to the plant for glucose from photosynthesis. So in this case, you want to put in your azomite, your bioflora, your mycorrhiza, and then I also have worm castings, which is just an amazing food. Plus it contains some worm eggs to start to get worms growing around our trees. This is a blend which I call it fine-tune for both the tree variety and the climate and soil we're planting into.
Nice. And so that's our tree planting kit, which is azomite, mycorrhiza, and worm castings.
And then I suggest that people add bioflora, both in the planting and then as a constant feeding, whereas the azomite will feed for many, many months.
Right.
And the mycorrhiza is one-time starting of a culture. But now here we're in the planting process.
I want to jump in on you for one thing, Scott. You suggested putting some fertilizer in the hole, and I'd never suggested that in the past. And you and I recently had a conversation about actually putting some fertilizer in the hole. Can you say something about that?
Greg asked a really important question that I've learned over the years, that I put fertilizer in my planting mix. Even when I transplant tomatoes, I put a little handful of worm castings and a little palmful of bioflora right under the plant. So the first thing it does is it hits nutrients to help it start getting established. And I believe, like, the azomite is a mineral source, so that's very slow uptake, but it's very important to have it there. The worm castings give you immediate food, but just not much depth of food. So by adding a portion of the bioflora, I personally believe that you help the plant get started in its first 3 months, because it immediately has food accessible.
Nice. Awesome. Thanks for that. And I have to say, we're always up for learning here, and that's a new perspective that you've brought to the table, that it's like, oh, that'll work.
Well, and one thing that we always caution is people say, oh, well, you'll burn the new tree.
Right, exactly.
And the reason they say that is primarily they're thinking about chemical nutrition. And
chemical
way-
fertilizers.
You know, like a handful of chemical fertilizer crystals become soluble the first time you water it, and you've got like this flood of very high power nutrients. So it's kind of like taking a sip of cognac by burying your whole body in a bathtub full of cognac and then pulling the plug and letting it go away.
We discovered what you like, huh? Cognac.
Oh, I could have a sip now and then. So, especially on cold California nights. So again, on the right side of this picture, Mary has just knocked the pot off. It's that little black rectangle, 3 by 3 by 12. And you can see where it's suspended in the basket, but it's actually sitting on the soil. We just can't see the soil that she's already put in there.
Mm-hmm.
And she adjusts for the height. That's very important. We want the crown of the plant to be at the soil level like it was in the pot. And so, and she's already mixed all the nutrients with the native soil in that black bin.
Right.
They call those mortar trays.
And what went in that was 40% native soil, 60% some kind of planting mix, and then your mycorrhiza, azomite, and worm castings?
Yes.
Excellent. So that's been all mixed in the wheelbarrow or mortar tray. Awesome.
The next slide, which shows the protection structure cage that I add. Now, I find this to be a very important thing for a number of reasons. We have rabbits and we have squirrels that love to eat everything I plant. They think I run a salad bar for the native
right.
Animals. And they will just mercilessly.
Today I'm here with my...
Is planned. Don't set it back or kill it. So oftentimes, like a windbreak is very important. And these wire called A-view to the roots. And another thing about this, a steady
kit,
starting of a culture, but now here we're in the planting process.
I want to jump in on you for one thing, Scott. You suggested putting some fertilizer in the hole, and I've never suggested that in the past. And you and I recently had a conversation about actually putting some fertilizer in the hole. Can you say something about that?
Greg asked a really important question that I've learned over the years, that I put fertilizer in my planting mix. Even when I transplant tomatoes, I put a little handful of worm castings and a little palmful of bioflora right under the plant. So the first thing it does is it hits nutrients to help it start getting established. And I believe, like, the azomite is a mineral source, so that's very slow uptake, but it's very important to have it there. The worm castings give you immediate food, but just not much depth of food. So by adding a portion of the bioflora, I personally believe that you help the plant get started in its first 3 months because it immediately has food accessible.
Nice. Awesome. Thanks for that. And I have to say, we're always up for learning here, and that's a new perspective that you've brought to the table, that it's like, oh, that'll work.
Well, and one thing that we always caution is people say, oh, well, you'll burn the new tree.
Right, exactly.
And the reason they say that is primarily they're thinking about chemical nutrition.
Chemical fertilizers.
You know, like a handful of chemical fertilizer crystals become soluble the first time you water it, and you've got like this flood of very high power nutrients. So it's kind of like taking a sip of cognac by burying your whole body in a bathtub full of cognac and then pulling the plug and letting it go away.
We discovered what you like, huh? Cognac.
Oh, I could have a sip now and then. So, especially on cold California nights. So again, on the right side of this picture, Mary has just knocked the pot off. It's that little black rectangle, 3 by 3 by 12. And you can see where it's suspended in the basket, but it's actually sitting on the soil. We just can't see the soil that she's already put in there. And she adjusts for the height. That's very important. We want the the crown of the plant to be at the soil level like it was in the pot. And so, and she's already mixed all the nutrients with the native soil in that black bin.
Right.
They call those mortar trays.
And what went in that was 40% native soil, 60% some kind of planting mix, and then your mycorrhiza, azomite, and worm castings?
Yes.
Excellent. So that's been all mixed in the wheelbarrow or mortar tray. Awesome.
The next slide, which shows the protection structure cage that I add. Now, I find this to be a very important thing for a number of reasons. And we have rabbits and we have squirrels that love to eat everything I plant. They think I run a salad bar for the native
right.
animals. And they will just mercilessly eat all the leaves off a new plant. It's just amazing. I recently planted a rudbeckia in my bio garden area and my biodiversity area, and the flower was attracting my attention, but then I noticed that the plant was gone, and the rabbits had come and eaten the whole plant back, but they didn't like the taste of the flower. So I put a cage around it. Now the plant's coming back and it's got 2 more flowers. So in this case, we put the cage to protect, but then the cage also supports some agricultural fabric. And here you can see the same area, slightly different view, but now the fabric is wrapped around all the cages. And we have to be careful about overheating as well. Like we're having a very hot weekend right now. So we can open the tops of all of these, or we can fold them across and pin them to close them. And there's a certain amount of airflow, but we always want to be careful not to overheat the plants and allow them to breathe. So we can leave the top open because they're tall enough, like on the one on the right side, the plant's only about halfway up right now. So the top doesn't provide any shade to the plant really because the sun doesn't get directly overhead. It's to the south. And
I actually had something happen a couple of years ago. I did something like this around a tree and it cooked it in the summertime.
yes,
So we have to be very careful. So one of the things you might consider here in the desert is just putting the agricultural fabric up the west side and over the top so that it breathes on
the north side.
the 3 sides. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what being a cultivator is all about.
Right.
Is we have to sort of fix and use all the tools we have to create the best possible environment for our plants to get started. And one of my colleagues today sent me a message that he was planting pumpkin transplants, and he's like, should I do it at 5:30 in the morning? And I was like, well, it's going to get really hot. I would start 5:30 in the evening and plant them so you had a cool evening for them to get started. But then I talked about what you really need is some kind of shading for the first couple of weeks for those. And I might use an old wooden shingle or a piece of cardboard folded and stuck into the ground just to help that plant for the first couple of weeks not have direct sun hitting it while it's trying to grow its root system to uptake more moisture and be more successful.
Yeah. So extreme tree planting is what we're talking about. And can you sum up why, in just like 2 sentences, why going to these extreme measures is important?
Well, the key is to enjoy the fruit, right? And if the tree doesn't make it past the transplanting, you're not going to enjoy the fruit. But that's not even the most important part of these extreme measures. What you really want is a very healthy, vibrant tree. Many times you either got a bare root or you've taken it out of a pot. And it needs time to get strength again to grow. And if you immediately put it, just fully exposed in the environment, it might not make it. So extreme tree planting actually is something we need to do in every place we work. We need to think about how we can go the extra mile to be a success with our new tree and enjoy the fruit.
And these are systems that you put in over decades, and I've put in over the past decade or decade and a half to assure success. And what I've found on my end is that they really work. And when people do what I instruct them to do, it really works.
Oh, well, and that's the key about all things in life. Can you imagine if you got your driver's license without a driver's test? And they just said, oh, here's your driver's license. Go out there and practice on the road.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There you go.
I often visualize that car as having an airbag all around the outside of it, so it could bounce off everything.
Yeah.
You know,
And so that's what we're doing here metaphorically, is we're putting an airbag all the way around this tree.
that's exactly it. We're putting this protection in so that it has the best chance possible to be a success.
Yeah. And I've said for years in this tree planting process that if you're going to spend $50 on a tree, the first year you're going to spend at least another $50 on supplements and protections and like that to set yourself up for success. Because one of these peach trees or apple trees or that we have in our program, if you do it right, within 3 years, you're going to get dozens and dozens of pieces of fruit. And within 5 years, you're going to get hundreds of pieces of
pounds of fruit.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
But many of us have seen something that we planted that we just go, we'll plant that on Saturday. We maybe forgot to water it a couple days the first week, and it just sort of sat there. It stayed alive, but it didn't really thrive. And what we're looking for is how you can invite your new fruit trees to thrive and produce delicious, sweet, flavorful fruit.
Yeah. Awesome.
And a healthy tree is going to produce better fruit than a tortured, sad, almost dying tree.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing I've noticed this year, we had our hottest summer ever here in Phoenix.
Yikes.
And the trees are showing it. I've gotten, in the past 2 weeks, I've gotten more notices from people. What's going on with my tree? Well, you know, if you don't shade it and you don't fertilize it regularly and foliar fertilize it, it's going to show stress, especially the first couple of years.
When we stick it in the ground, they'll turn around and walk away. And it's like, oh, no, you need to put something up to shade that for the first 6 months even, to really give it a break to get reestablished. But then if you do that, it'll just take off and you'll have an amazing tree. But if you don't do the extra work, it might not make it.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm always thrilled to participate in the tree seminars because encouraging people to plant a fruit tree is something they do for the rest of their family's lives. Have a great day, everybody, and go for it. Plant more trees than you thought you could because they love to be together.
Woohoo!
All right. We'll talk to you soon, Greg. Have a great one.
Thanks. Today, there we go. I don't know what that was. Today, I love it. So I didn't instruct Scott to say, plant more trees than you think you can plant. He said that on his own. One of the things that I just want to really throw into this one is the extreme care and how important it is because of the heat. I actually had a couple of trees die here at the urban farm this past summer. Just the heat was too much for them. So it happens even for me. And the other thing is that in San Diego County where they're at, they can completely enclose fruit trees in a tent. We can't do that here. Do not do that here. I mentioned that in the video, but don't do that here. What we want to do here in the desert is we want to put up shade on the west side and across the top. Are you there, Miss Janice?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. You know, we do have the specials that are going on right now, and I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that when you add the item to your cart and then use the code, it'll take it off at the checkout end. So back in the bottom, it'll say discounted. So you need to add the pruning book, you need to add the 2 harvest calendars or the dry crumbles, and then you can use it. And it only will work if you have the $100 or the $250 in trees and plants.
Perfect.
So yes. And just need to go to urbanfarm.org, order trees now. Or if you're having trouble placing an order, you can call that number, 602-248-9256, extension 700. I've got my volunteer team over here. Well, I actually didn't give them the day off. It's my family. It's my husband and my son and my daughter-in-law. They're sitting by the phones waiting to help us work this out.
Nice. Thank you for that, guys.
Yeah, shout out to them. You want some winners?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Mulberry bush, Jeremiah Casey.
Oh, Jeremiah, you rock, man. Awesome.
All right. We got planting starter kit. We got Chris Marchildo. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Marchildon. And then we got for a pruning book, we got Melinda Tiney, Tinney.
Mm-hmm.
And for another mulberry bush, we've got Ryan Lindberg.
Wow, you're giving away the store here.
I'm trying. Speaking of store, what's in our store?
I didn't even do that on purpose. First of
I know.
all, that just came out. First of all, here is the book. This is an amazing little book that we're giving away. It was written in 1943, I think, and a company picked it up and re-updated it a few years ago. This is an amazing book. We always give away and sell hundreds of them every season. So
I love
that's
the
that.
diagrams in there.
We put together, actually, I have to be honest with you, Janice put together the general store to supply all of the things that y'all need to make.
And ask for.
What's that?
And ask for.
And ask for, right? All of the things that you need and ask for in order to be successful with your trees. So basically what we've done is we provide you with the trees and virtually everything else that you need to be successful with the trees. So, planting mix. A couple of years ago, my friend Emily Rocky, who has spoken with us several times at our events, she came to me and she said, Greg, I can put a special blend together for you for your tree planting mix. And they call it Farmer Greg's Planting Mix. And we have that available. The cool thing about that and our mulch, our woody mulch, is that if you buy 3 bags, we give you 1 free. So the planting mix is what goes in the hole when you plant your tree. The mulch goes on top of the basin around the tree. We also have your mycorrhiza, azomite, and worm castings, and we sell mycorrhiza 5 ounces at a time, or if you want 20 or 30 or 40 ounces, we can get it for you. And the mycorrhiza is the life that's in the soil, and it is specific mycorrhiza for orchard trees. So there you go. And azomite is a rock dust mineral that gives your fruit trees a vitamin boost. I think there's 70 different micronutrients in it, and it's really important to put that in. And we sell that in 5-pound bags and 44-pound bags. And then we also have worm castings. We get that from Arizona Worm Farm. They are rock stars. If you haven't been to Arizona Worm Farm, go check them out. They are doing great work in South Phoenix. And they do classes and a lot of the same kinds of things that we do here. And I am a big fan of collaboration and finding the good people doing our work. And they're doing great work. So I love collaborating with them. So our worm castings come from them. We sell them in a 5-pound bag and a 25-pound bag. And Michael, okay, woody mulch, the mod kits. So this is really important. We're going to be talking, the next lecture is on foliar feeding, and he's going to explain what the different foliar feeds are. That's what we've got right here. But applying foliar feeds is a major pain in the tushiki. And it's usually, it gets applied with one of these, and usually it has a little spray thing on the front of this that just spews a little bit out. And our friend Glenn, he works with us at the Urban Farm Tree Program. When you pick up your trees, you'll probably meet Glenn. He came to us with this idea a couple of years ago. It's a really cool idea. It's a attachment, see the white attachment there? Along with a sprayer, a hose end sprayer. And the really cool thing about this is that you just take off the sprayer end here and add what we call our mod kit, and it puts out a lot more spray that has you get the job done a whole lot faster. I'll tell you what, I could spend 20 hours with an old style one of these, foliar feeding here at my at the property, but with this on there, it makes all the difference in the world. Let's see, what else do we have here? Tree wrap. We do have tree wrap. We'll probably get some tree paint this year, some nice organic tree paint. We're looking in that for you. And a really important thing, if you've been around my classes at all, you know how important it is to take the chlorine out. Really, you need to do a whole house chlorine system, get the chlorine out. But this one goes on a spigot. This one is spigot ready. You just put that on your spigot, put that on your hose. It will also go in line with a drip system. So this will take the chlorine out. We put chlorine in water. It's probably a really good thing to get us clean water to our houses. But once it's at our houses, chlorine is a neurotoxin. You don't want to be drinking that. You don't want to be showering in that. You really need a whole house system in place. Until you get that, you can get this. This is actually a shower filter, so you can put one on your shower, or it's hose ready. Also, one of the quick ways to kill your fruit trees is to water it incorrectly and overwater it. And if you're on drip systems are really hard on trees. Usually you have one drip emitter, half a gallon per hour, that comes on sitting right next to the trunk, and it comes on every day and it puts a little bit of water down. That is not enough for the tree. What you need to do is you need to put water in the entire basin. So what we've done is we've put together, thanks to Scott Murray, he turned me on to this, we've put together our drip rings. And our drip rings, and this will go out to about 24-inch diameter, I believe. There is a half-inch gallon per hour drip emitter every 8 inches on this. So this one comes with 18 half-gallon per hour drip emitters on it. So it's putting out 9 gallons per hour. That's enough water to spread through the entire basin. You'd run this for 3 or 4 hours about every 10 days to 2 weeks during the hot season. You'll get a lot more information on that when I talk about my watering methodology. But if you have drip, you want to get these. Absolutely. Should we talk about these, Janice?
I'm ready if you are.
All right.
You want me? So Greg's holding up the moisture meter. Greg, can you put that close to the camera so they can see it? Our trees need to be in the green zone. And you start at the bottom. If your tree gets into the bottom of the green zone, that's to tell you when to water. And then you water up into the blue and let it come back down to the bottom of the green before you water again. The moisture meter is a great tool to tell you when to water. But then you need to know if you've watered enough. All right, are we ready to go on my camera? I think you're gonna have to switch over here.
Perfect.
All right, can you guys see me? This is the soil probe. And what this is just a very simple tool that you can stick down in the ground. It's got a little bit of a point on the end. It'll go through the soil where the ground is moist. If the ground is dry, it's hard and the soil probe won't go through. And so what this is telling you is if your soil is wet far enough down for the roots. A brand new tree was probably going to be about 2 feet. Ours are grid marked at every foot length. And a brand new tree needs at least 2 feet of water. An established tree needs at least 3 foot of water. And we've got some great classes and tools that help you figure out what exactly your watering needs are for your trees. I love to talk about that topic. But between the two items, the moisture meter will help you figure out when you need to water because the top of the ground will be dry, and the soil probe will tell you if you gave it enough water. That's it for
Awesome.
those 2 items.
Awesome. Good job.
Thank you.
Woohoo, absolutely. So I think we're going to jump into our foliar feeding now. And yes,
We have a new class this year.
we
I know we're
do.
going to talk about foliar feeding, but that's because that's really important. But we have a new class. What supplies do I need?
Oh, yes.
You haven't even figured out what you're going to put in it, but I already
Well,
created it on the
I think,
calendar.
I think you're going to be putting that one together.
Yeah, I'll probably do it with Raymond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raymond's our general store manager. He is a rock star. If you ever come down to the lot, talk to Raymond. He's amazing at what he does.
Right. So we have had several questions come in about when to fertilize, how to fertilize, and which trees get what fertilization when. I'm so glad those questions came in because Greg, you already got somebody answering it for you.
There you go. So Anthony's going to touch on that here in a minute. As a general rule, what I've been saying for years is you fertilize with granular organic fertilizer. You fertilize on Valentine's Day, Tax Day, Memorial Day, and Labor Day. So we just passed our last fertilizing. That is for the granular. And what we're suggesting in the foliar, Anthony will go over it here in a minute, but what we're suggesting in the foliar is once a month on the foliar, and that'll help. So our our third expert of the day is a new friend of ours that specializes in liquid amendments for plants and trees. So you can use this in your garden as well. It will help a lot. This is more important than ever. More important than ever. Did I say that enough? More important than ever with our extreme heat. I'll tell you, I haven't seen the kind of damage ever that I did this past summer. So meet Anthony Dominguez as he shares the benefits of foliar feeding. Welcome, welcome, Anthony.
Hey, Greg, thanks for having me on. The wisdom line, and we are going to go over extreme tree care for our deciduous and citrus trees. This is the wisdom line. These are the products we'll be using. Heart, a humic acid. Soul, another humic acid. Essence, which is a liquid kelp. And noble gills, which is a fish emulsion with our deciduous fruit trees. Let's go ahead and start talk about our first foliar application. So that is going to be at bud break. That's going to be at during the springtime. After bud break, we're going to stop. We're going to stop foliar feeding and wait till the full bloom. You got your flowers. We don't spray the flowers. So once your flowers are done flowering, you actually have some fruit on the trees, and those fruits are starting to grow. So we can resume some foliar feedings. And for that, during that period of time, you will foliar feed maybe once every 3 to 4 weeks. And as our temperatures get warmer, we have longer days, your food is developing, you can keep spraying your fruit with foliar sprays up until 2 weeks before harvest. What's going to happen with those 2 weeks, that last 2 weeks before harvest, is that's actually to increase our shelf life. That's so we have a fruit that's going to last on our shelves a little bit longer. It's going to be fresher. It's going to be sweeter. And it's going to hold up better. As we come to the end of our growing season, some of our deciduous trees are done when we're recording this. And they're going to need what we call post-application drench. That's just going to be a straight hand watering, whether it's pouring it over with the bucket, you have a spray and hose, and what that's going to do for the tree, that's going to give it some nutrients because we just pushed them all into the fruit. All the energy went into the fruit. The tree's at this point it's exhausted, and we just need to be able to give it some nutrients, relieve some stress, get it ready for dormancy.
And when does that start, Anthony?
So it's going to be, we're pretty close to it right now. We are in August, coming into September. So about by October is when you would like to have given your post-drench application. We're not going to give them any foliars at this point. Our next foliar will be towards the end of winter. So after we've given our post-drench application, let's say we did in October, we're gonna go on to winter. We're gonna get some chill hours for our trees, which are deciduous trees here. They need their chill hours, and tough to get them in Arizona. So, but once that has been fulfilled, we're gonna go ahead and give a foliar application. Now this application will probably be sometime closer to the end of January, maybe early February, once we're done with our coldest part of the season. And why are we going to do this, and why do I think this is the most important application? Well, it's because it's still in dormancy. And when we apply nutrients during dormancy, we are actually affecting the genetic potential of those plants. At that point, we're able to influence the gene. Well, once it starts growing for the season, that's it. Those genes are turned on, and it's full cycle from bud break all the way to harvest. No, you can't make the fruit any sweeter. It's already been determined. But if we spray it in the winter and we help but able to express what we want, which is a sweeter, larger, higher quality fruit, that's when we can do it. So that's why I think that's one of the most important applications we can get is during the winter. Coming back again to it, we'll start off with bud break, and then the cycle continues.
So you mentioned drench and foliar. What's the difference?
All right, so a foliar is just a different technique. Because actually you will be spraying a nutrient solution on the leaves, the bark, the branches, the fruit. The only thing you will not spray is the flowers. So don't wet the flowers. That's a no-no, that's a negative, we don't want that. As for a drench application, that is something where we are actually filling water around the base of your tree. And that could be done a number of ways. You could have a pail, you could have a bucket, you could have a spray and hose. The idea is that we're actually sending some nutrients down towards the roots. Citrus trees, in comparison to a deciduous tree, they don't have a real dormancy. They don't really shut down like that. They don't lose all their leaves. There's not a chill out requirement for that. Your first application there will be, as again, at bud break. And you can spray up until you get flowers. And once you get flowers, you'll stop. And then after you've got some fruit that's set, you can continue to spray again. And then you'll have one final application 2 weeks before harvest. And that again is to increase your shelf life. One big thing that can be done in the off season for our citrus trees is to apply heart, which is a humic acid. Again, that'll be drenched, hand watered, or flood, however you deliver your water to your trees. But what this does, it is actually helps with water penetration. It's also going to relieve some environmental stresses, being that humic acid naturally stimulates roots, relieves stress off the plants. It helps deliver some macro and micronutrients. And it also helps aerate the soil, or loosens up that compaction and makes it easier for those roots to get established, go further, and to go deeper.
So when is bud break for citrus?
So bud break for citrus is going to be closer to your fall, your cooler months here in Arizona. And that'll happen definitely probably before December, just depending on your variety of citrus trees. I know we got a lot of them. You have a great guide for harvesting the citrus trees, and I just would follow that to know if you want whatever your variety is. You can line it up and just think, 30 to 40 days before they actually start growing. A little bit of foliar application will go a long way. And I'm saying this to our customers, to anyone who's ever used it. I feel like sometimes we just don't follow the directions. We don't follow the label, and we put too much. Right here is not the case. Less is more. Another thing we've mentioned earlier is we do not spray the flowers. We don't want to spray the flowers. We have to let them be. Another thing to keep in mind, you don't want to foliar spray more than 2 times per month. 1 to 2 times a month is absolutely the most you'll ever need. You don't have to go more than that. So I feel it's a very effective, very cost-effective way to deliver your nutrients. And again, Do not spray during freezing temperatures. That's just, we don't get those very often in Arizona, but we've saw some this past season. And so we had a couple customers hold back just because of where they were located, especially if you're in more of a rural area. You might get colder nights. Colder nights is definitely more common.
Mm-hmm.
A little quick note about grapes and vines. This is about the only real difference we're going to notice, but is do not spray after veraison. And veraison takes place anywhere from 40 to 50 days after fruit set. That's when the grapes become softer, the sugars start to mature and ripen, and those grapes fill in. They get bigger, they get sweeter. Do not spray during that. Just leave it alone. It's fine. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
So that's when the fruit is actually getting ready to ripen.
Right. That's correct. Correct. The skin.
That's a
will
new
get
word.
softer.
I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, so I had some trouble spelling it. I had to look it up, but
Nice.
but I definitely understand it now. And then this applies specifically to deciduous trees. That winter application, like I said, it's very important. It influences the genetic potential of those plants. We're trying to maximize it, and that's what we do. We're going to spray in the winter. It may sound awkward. It may sound like no one's ever told you to do that before, but I'll tell you, it's very beneficial. Even if you only get maybe 1 or 2 sprays, it'll still make a difference overall.
Before you go off this slide, foliar goes a long way.
A little foliar will go a long way.
Right. So a 32-ounce bottle is at least 32 doses, right?
At least, it could be double. You could almost get 64.
So
Just
that's,
on the age of your fruit trees.
yeah. So that's a half an ounce per gallon is a half dose. That'll give you 64 doses in a quart.
And if you think about 64 gallons of solution, that's a lot of water.
That's a lot of water. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely very cost effective.
Excellent.
Now that we've talked about them, when to spray, let's talk about the applications. At your bud swell, your bud break, you're going to go ahead and introduce Noble Gills, which is a readily available nitrogen source. Essence, which is our liquid kelp, full of micronutrients, and plant hormones, which that's what you want. It's all natural, not synthetic, so it's part of the plant. And Sol, which is another humic acid. We're just going to stick to that. It is actually going to be your transport molecule. Sol has a very unique molecular structure, so it's able to bind with pretty much all your macronutrients, all your micronutrients, and trace minerals, and it helps make that pass through the stomata, through the plant cells, so directly drives those nutrients to where they need to go. So you've had your bud break, your bud swell, you stop foliar feeding, and you blossom. It's after blossoming. We're now going to introduce a little bit more Noble Gills, and we're going to do some Sol. So 2 ounces of Noble Gills for that application, 1 ounce of Sol, which that is going to be great. That's going to have tons of calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, nitrogen. Perfect. Everything you need to finish growing those plants. And right here, as we said, that final harvest 2 weeks before. The final application 2 weeks before harvest, that's Sol and Essence. And really the key player here is Essence, with those plant hormones in there. That's going to help stabilize that plant. It's going to help that shelf life. It's going to increase the amount of time you can have it out on your shelves, in your pantries. It's going to last a little bit longer. It's also helps push in those last little bit of sugars that we're trying to get into the fruit, And it's all plant hormones for the most part that do that. That's their role in all this. If you see on the bottom right there, for a pre-treatment, right before you plant your trees, we're going to use some heart. And you can do that a few different ways. You can drench the hole. You could spray the hole. The idea is you want to get the humic acid down, and then you want to water it in some more. So it's actually, the humic acid is insoluble in water, meaning that it's going to move with it. So the more water you put down, the further and further that humic acid's going to go. It's going to relieve compaction, and it's going to make the soil softer so those roots can really get established. Not only that, it's a root stimulant. It's a win-win for your new bare root trees that you're just about to plant.
Nice. And y'all may be thinking out there, this is pretty complicated. Why do I need all of these things? And what I want to tell you is that this summer and last summer have been the hardest on trees that I've seen in over 40 years. So we need to do absolutely everything that we can to give our trees a limb up. And we found High Creations and have used their products, and we're really happy with them. So heart, soul, essence, and noble gills your trees, for sure. They're going to do a lot better in the summertime that way.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's not really, I don't find it so complex. I feel we've broken it down as best we can to make it easy and accessible to everyone. And yes, for sure right now, items like heart and soul, they're probably some of the best amendments you can put down for your trees right now, just because you said it is a hot summer. It's just been blazing. I felt like it's been 110 all summer, every day. So I can only imagine the type of stress we're putting our fruit trees under with this sun.
Well, fruit trees and all your plants. You can use this on fruit trees, bushes, plants, everything in your yard. So I got a question for you. Where do you get all this data from? You're presenting all of this, and you guys are experts. Just give me 1 minute about your background.
My background is in microbiology from the University of Arizona, and that's where I went to school. But I say my real education came from the job. Definitely my business partner, the co-founder, CEO, Mr. Derek Zellers, has educated me greatly on all these different types of soil amendments, fertilizers, this kelp. And a lot of it has been just, we have to experience it in the field. We can talk about this all day, totally, that's us. We'd love to talk about it all day. But seeing is believing. And when you go, I've done this in my backyard just to start years ago. I tried humic acid, and just in a small plot, man, I tried digging a hole that first time, and you can't even get the shovel to go down in the ground, more than 2 inches. And after about a summer of some treatments, so say maybe once a month, and I watered it in really well, you could put the shovel down and almost, take it all the way to the end of it. It'll slide right in with just, your foot. We'll go into it, talk about each product individually, briefly. Like you said, soil could be drenched, hand-watered, flood, or foliar fed. Other applications that, we didn't cover in detail, which is excellent for seed starting. It's great for your seedlings, great for your transplants. You can use it on established plants, trees, lawns, your succulents. And what we say about soil is a versatile product. It enhances other products. So even if you already got nutrients, if you're already set for the season and there's only one extra thing you can buy, get soil, baby. It enhances everything. So just that transport molecule really makes a difference. Looking over essence, the same. So a little bit of this information is going to be repeated, but hand drench and foliar feedings. Once again, this is really good for your seed starting, your established plants, transplants, lawns, and succulents. What I have found out using essence with succulents, say cactuses for instance, that they tend to be more supple with the foliar application. And we're talking about maybe one foliar application a month. We understand cactuses here in Arizona, and they don't need much. So this can be done maybe once every month, maybe once every 2 months. But just that little application is going to help keep that plant supple. It feels it's got texture to it. When you go touch it, it's not all dry and thin. It's full of water. And just a little bit about essence, we do have to be, your life cycle awareness, your timing specific, like we said with grapes. After veraison, you can't spray it anymore. So just be aware of where you're at with your tree, the life cycle of your tree. Just be aware of that. before using it. Noble gills. Noble gills are fertilizer. It's perfect. A little, a little trick I like to use. I do a half strength application on my transplants, and that is just, it really sets them up for success. That's what and also for our younger trees, and when I say younger trees, we're saying like under 5 years old. That's perfect for all the new growth that's going to put on. Some of those young leaves where they really need that nitrogen, they really need that calcium. It's perfect for them. Perfect for them. Also, it's great in the garden. You know, your leafy greens, fall's coming up here real soon, and I will be using noble gills to feed my spinach and lettuce. And then last but not least, we've got heart. And yes, heart can be hand watered. It could also be foliar fed. The thing is, what I want to stress this a little more is just that pre-treatment. Before you plant the trees, we do have a lot of compact clay soils here, alkaline soil. And what the heart is going to do is going to help loosen it up so those roots can get established. And particularly, I feel heart can be used all year round, not just with fruit trees. It can be anything, your lawns, your backyards. If you got cattle, you got horses, and you flood that area, it works great because you have horses stomping on it all day, and it gets compacted. And this heart reverses that. We got with the Urban Farm Fruit Tree Program.
You know,
We got a little special here.
You guys rock. When we said we want to do something special with your products, you came to us with a great deal. So tell people about this.
All right, it's buy 3 get 1 free, and pretty much you'll be getting the whole complete wisdom line. You can, as we just saw, we can go through it every step of the plant's life cycle, and it's more than just the tree. It's seed, crops, everything. And they all work in conjunction with each other. That's the best part about it, is that you don't have to make a choice whether you just want 1 or 2, you get them all. And I think when you have them all, that synergy, it just works really well to produce a really healthy fruit tree.
Nice. So the way this works is you buy Soul Essence and Noble Gills and you get heart for free. So you buy that in the bundle. So you're actually getting all 4 of them in this bundle.
That's a good deal. I'm telling you. I don't even give these away for free on my website. So this is where it's at.
Awesome. Thank you. So in a nutshell, why should people be foliar feeding and drenching?
Foliar feeding is an excellent technique to deliver nutrients to your plants. It is about 6 to 7 times more effective than the roots. That's why you only need such small amounts. And I want to say it's not a lot of work for the results you're going to get. You know, we're driving micronutrients straight into your fruit, and that's going to be able to let that plant produce at optimum levels. And why are you going to drench? Well, just because it's tough to grow in this soil out here in Arizona. But it's like that in a lot of places. People have clay everywhere. People have sandy soil. People have just terrible, compacted, hard caliche soil. And that's where heart comes in. Heart can loosen it all up. It adds organic matter for your your sandy soils, building up those soil aggregates. Overall, it's just great for the earth. It's great for the ground. No matter fruit trees, laying grass, or putting out transplants.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today, Anthony.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, Greg.
Oh, no kidding. Oh my gosh, so much great information. You know what's really cool is that we keep finding these people and they're willing to share.
Yeah.
You know, I mentioned Arizona Worm Farm earlier. They're very collaborative in sharing. High Creations, Tank's Green Stuff down in Tucson that helps us make our soil.
Well, of course, Tom over at Dave Wilson Nursery has been long time collaborator with us.
Yep, exactly. And Sunset Citrus Nursery, which we're going to talk about in a little while. So I loved it when he said, "Get soul, baby."
I know, right?
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to reiterate, there was some conversation going on in the chat room about, is this foliar feed that we have right here is it's specific to the low desert. It is not specific to the low desert. It is specific to trees. And
Actually,
so-
it's specific to plants.
oh, there you go. Exactly. It's specific to plants. So if you do live in the Pacific Northwest, I think it was Chris that was there. Yes, this will work. And we got a screaming deal on it. I think heart is $40, right, Janice?
You put me on the spot. Heart
I
is
think-
$30.
$30. So we're giving this to you free. If you buy 3 of them, we'll give them to you free. We will ship it to you. So that is one of the items to ship. You have a space on the shopping cart that's stuff that can be shipped, right, Janice?
Yes, I do.
And there's a
Yes,
link.
I do.
I think it's in the top right on this shopping cart, right?
It says really clear, items that can be shipped.
Oh, well, there you go. That's one of the things I love about you, Janice. She just handles things. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to give away a couple of things. Are we going to let's give away a garden consult. I love the garden consult. You guys get to talk with me for 45 minutes and you send me pictures of your space and you send me your address and we just go over it. You will learn so much about your space. They're great fun. They're always fun and you'll learn a lot. I'm repeating myself.
Yes, you are. You know, it's interesting. When I first started working with you, you gave me a garden consult. And I learned a lot. And then I took the permaculture class and I realized how much goes into that consult. And I was amazed. And so now you've been training me to do them. I don't have time just yet, but I cannot say enough about how much I got out of it.
Yeah. All right,
So-
go ahead.
You ready for me to tell the winner?
Yeah, pull a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Mary Jo Barsetti.
Mary Jo, congratulations. You just won a garden consult with me.
Yeah. So Mary Jo, just you can shout out in the chat room, let us know you're here. And then all the winners I will be emailing with further instructions.
Perfect.
So you ready for some more?
Sure. What are we giving away?
All right, let's go for some mulberry bushes. I've got 3 of them.
Nice. So 3 names.
3 names. Benjamin Stull.
Oh, Benjamin. I think he just placed an order as well. Thank you for the
Yes,
order,
he
Benjamin.
did.
You just won a mulberry bush. I swear, the desert gold peach used to be my favorite fruit in my yard. The dwarf black mulberry usurped it by not much, but a little bit. It is an amazing, amazing plant.
All right. Nicole Regan
Yay, Nicole.
and CJ Johnston.
Ah, yay, TJ. All right, cool.
CJ as in Charles George,
Oh, CJ.
John.
Very good.
And then we got a couple of planting starter kits. One for Amanda White and AJ Hunter.
Cool.
And do you want to give away one more?
Sure. Why not?
How about a pruning book for Lance Coleman?
All right, cool. Lance, you're going to enjoy that.
All right. We got a lot more coming up, so that'll happen a little bit later.
Awesome. And we are in our last hour. Can you believe?
Yeah.
Let's see, what time is it? It is 11:56. We have about 1 hour left. Wow, time just flew by.
I know. And we're right on time. We scheduled this really nice. We're 2 minutes off, I guess, right now. 3 minutes
Nice.
off. Yeah.
Nice. You've done a good job of wrangling me today.
I need a lasso.
So our final success story comes from Matt and his incredible family. He's been hanging around with us maybe for 4 or 5 years and planting fruit trees in a non-flood irrigated property out in Tempe, Arizona. And he has transformed their yard into an edible paradise and a place for their kids to learn and keep incredible journals. The production value, I'm getting chills about this video. The production value of this video is amazing. Check it out.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Matt Smith, and with me is my lovely wife,
Candace.
We have 6 kids. We live here in the Phoenix area, and we absolutely love our garden.
Oh, we do. We do. We love our flowers. We love our vegetables, our fruit trees. We just like being in nature and we like being in our garden.
And our kids love being out there. They're always having their nature journals. They're always observing the world around them. It's a lot of fun. And every year we swing by the urban farm. We pick up 5, maybe 5,000 trees. We put them in the ground.
Something we look forward to every year.
Something we look forward to every year.
We do.
What we don't always look forward to is the most brutal part of the summer. And now here in August, we're just getting out of that. It has been a rough summer.
It has super hot, very little rain. It's been rough. We're looking forward to the fall.
That's
More
right.
intense, for
Time
sure.
to plant again, get those garden beds going. But we want to give you a tour of our garden. We're actually going to start earlier in the spring, and then we're going to finish with late in the spring. And then when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about how we made our garden, some of the design decisions that we made, and we'll just share our story. So with that, let's get started.
Here behind me is our red variety of apple called an Anna apple, and we have a couple of these in our backyard, and then we have a golden variety called a golden Dorset in our backyard.
So here is our tangerine hedge. So far we haven't gotten any fruit, but we're optimistic that this year, if you take a look right there, we could see some fruit coming in here. This thing smells beautiful. It's nice and dense. The branches are a little gangly. It's been in the ground a couple years, maybe 2. So we're optimistic that this could be a good year for the tangerine.
I also want to point out our live oak trees that we have in our backyard, because they're a huge part of why this back wall is successful, because this wall faces the west, which gets a ton of sun. And so these guys make all of this growth possible because it provides that awesome dappled afternoon shade that all of these plants want at that time of day, especially in the heat of our Arizona summers.
So next up here, we have the Tangelo tree. We actually named it after our pastor. Actually, we named the first one after our pastor, but when the tree died, we didn't tell our pastor because, yeah,
Maybe take offense or something.
and no one wants to imagine they're gonna die. The Tangelo we tried because, you know, we have a lot of citrus around town, not a lot of Tangelos, they're delicious. So far, this one has grown really well. It's a little unwieldy with its shape, so we have to keep it in check. No fruit yet, but we're waiting. Nice dense foliage, which is kind of cool. And then behind it, we have our espalier apples. I don't like saying espalier, you do.
I do like saying us.
It sounds pretentious. You can call it espalier, but it sounds like you're saying it wrong.
Yeah.
I just wish someone would come up with a new name. But those are apples, so let's take a look. They're really pretty, they're really beautiful, and maybe you can show people that beautiful fruit. Yep. All right, let's do that.
And the reason why our first one we think died was because we overwatered it. Citrus like water, like all plants, but they don't like a lot of water frequently.
But here's the thing. How do you know what's too much water? You know when you kill it. And how do you know when it's not enough water? You know when you kill it. So,
although no, I have the rule of thumb is it's better to underwater than to overwater, because if you overwater, the chances of bringing that tree back are slim. But if you underwater it, you can revive it by giving it some more water.
my rule is the opposite: overwater it. It's complicated,
It
y'all.
is complicated,
That's all I'm going to say.
but we're doing it,
But
so
we're
it's
doing
not as hard as.
And this one has worked out really well.
Yeah.
So we're going to tell our pastor.
Yeah.
That his tree's doing great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
I'm not gonna tell
And
the
if you're
other guy.
watching this, just
Sorry.
sorry about that.
The Katy apricot is actually another one of our favorites. We got to harvest just a few pieces of fruit off of it last year. The thing with this guy is it is a vigorous grower. And so this is literally, we pruned this just about a month and a half ago, and it has grown double in size. And it will continue to grow like this unless we actually prune it by the end of the summer, if this was left untouched, it would be 4 times the size of us. This does look overgrown, and that's because it is. It does need a good trim, but we are waiting until all these little berries get ripe so that we can pick them. This is a dwarf mulberry, and it has nothing, the word dwarf has nothing to do with the actual size of the tree. Surprise. That was a surprise to us. It has everything to do with these berries are small.
Huge disappointment.
Such a huge disappointment. So when we learned that, we decided to get 2 more to make up for what we were going to be lacking in berries. This is a loquat tree, and we planted it. It was one of the first trees that we planted in our backyard. The first version of this didn't do well because we did not have the girls' play structure here to create enough afternoon shade, and this tree died. So this tree does not thrive when temperatures get above 100, but if you have afternoon shade, it does really well, as it's doing now. So now we have the right shade, it's in the right microclimate. It's in the same exact spot that we planted the first one. The only difference is now we actually have the shade structure in front of it to give it that afternoon shade. So it's lived through an entire summer, and it's done very well, and it's clearly thriving. So the fruit tastes good. I haven't actually tasted it. My husband's tasted it, but
So why don't you like this tree?
I just haven't tasted the fruit. And so I feel like there's a lot of care that's gone into it, and the verdict's still up for me, whether or not I like it. But I do hear it's great, so I'm having faith that it's great.
It's delicious. This tree, the fruit is delicious. I mean, it was absolutely awesome.
This is my Olivia Austin. My Olivia Austin rose over there. Yeah, I'm still working.
Okay, guys, what are we gonna do?
Pick this tomato.
How long has it been there?
10 months.
Maybe not 10 months, maybe a few months. Bosco, what do you have in your hand, bud?
A guava.
A guava, not a guava, but a guava. And you just picked it?
No, and it was on sloth and I picked it up.
Cool. All right, let's get this tomato. Roxy, help him out.
Well, I'm gonna untie it, yeah. And we're both gonna pull it. Okay. I mean, I think I can. Yeah. Let's go. I need your help. Go.
Whoa! So, dude, hold your guava and your tomato.
Yeah.
our garden does look that good right now.
Because they don't. They look terrible. They're empty. For the last 2 months, we're like looking at plants slowly die, and then they just die.
It's just been a hot summer.
Hot summer.
We'll start again.
We'll start again. There's seasonality to these things. Can we talk about landscape design? Like, what do we do here in Arizona? Because I feel like we have a couple not good options.
Yeah, well, there's the one that I grew up seeing because I'm from Arizona, which is that desert landscape. Now, not like the desert landscape I think is beautiful, but the desert landscape I'm talking about is like the one where there's just the standard granite, the token desert plant coming out of the granite rocks. That's everywhere. That's like the most easiest. It's like people are like, I want to eco-friendly landscape. I live in the desert. We'll do some granite rock.
Yeah.
Not that kind of desert.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the desert I'm guessing right
So
now.
go out into the desert, good. Bring the desert in the backyard. I'm
People
confused.
haven't done that very well.
No, they haven't. So then the other end of examples that we have is like the food forest, which is, the food forest is just tons of trees everywhere. I'm just
Seeds.
Yeah.
Let them go wherever they
that's
want.
right. Go buy Greg Peterson's urban farm, buy 5,000 trees and put them in 1 square foot. That's not good for families like ours. It just doesn't work. You can't have that kind of density. There's nowhere to go.
You need space for kids. You need places to do headstands and
Cartwheels and Frisbee.
play catch and all that
All that
stuff.
fun stuff. So when we designed ours, the very basic principle is we had our yard and then we had an outer border that normally you would put like the gravel and the desert plants, but instead we put composted mulch, really nice soil, and that's where we planted layers of fruiting trees and bushes. And it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it worked out really well. And flowers and herbs kind of go behind like the girls' play structure and all that kind of stuff. So we've incorporated our family in our garden as well. So.
Absolutely. The kids have to want to leave your house and to go outside. And I think, we're accomplishing that. One couple other things when you're planning your backyard garden is think of your outdoor spaces, places that you want to live. Like outdoor living is not going anywhere. That's what we're doing now. So for us, when we created the garden bed area that you saw, that's not just for doing work and gardening and shoveling with your gloves on, but we have space, we haven't built it yet, but we have space for outdoor dining. We want to do an outdoor fireplace. So we want this like culinary garden theme there. We want to host parties and have a good time out there. So when you're planning stuff, like don't just think about what am I going to do with my acreage, but you just ask the question, how do I want to live? What kinds of things do I want to do? Where do I want to have my morning coffee? And then all of a sudden the backyard starts to make a lot more sense. One other thing that I wanted to talk about is typically when you go to gardening events and you follow gardening blogs and YouTube channels, it's all, of course, about the plants, the trees, the soil, the fruit, all that stuff, absolutely. But if you want to go next level with your garden, get a hammer and go to the hardware store, pick up some lumber.
And Pinterest.
Oh yeah, Pinterest, of course, Pinterest. But it's fun when you build things, you build an arbor, you build a trellis, you build
a fence.
No, I did not say a fence, build a fence. Because when you build these things, they supplement your garden, they give it structure, they give it a tailored look. And overall, I think what you accomplish in the end is a beautiful landscape that's fun to be in. Your kids love it, you can love it. And there's nothing wrong with your garden adding value to your home. I think that's something that we should all strive for, that, a garden can be a real selling point. Like, hopefully we get to live here forever, but if not, we want the next people to enjoy it as much as we did. And I hope you enjoyed the tour. And if you want to see more of our garden, be sure to check out our YouTube channel. And with that, thank you for your time and have an awesome autumn here in Phoenix, Arizona.
I said, what are we doing next? Wasn't that amazing? Matt and his family are just incredible. And I love the way that he thinks. He thinks in a very permaculture way. He looks at his space and he says, what do we want to do here? And I love the garden journals. Oh my gosh, they're kids' garden journals. Isn't that amazing?
I love when the kids come on the lot because the whole family comes in and every one of them participates in choosing the trees and sharing what they've learned. Just when the Smith family's there, the energy is pumped.
Right?
Yeah.
Lots of fun. All right, so if you're ready to order your trees now, remember the specials are for this weekend only. So make sure if you want to take advantage of the specials, especially the $250 level special, that is a $50 bag of fertilizer that we're throwing in. And that's
wait.
enough, that should be enough for your first season.
It's $50 of our price on our thing. We already sell it at a discount.
Oh, that's true.
So it's actually more like a $60 off
There you go.
value.
Perfect. All right, so order trees now, urbanfarm.org/order trees now, or jingle us at 602-248-9256, extension 700. All right, I think we have the special slide coming up next, right, Janice?
Yeah.
Oh, seed up in a box. All right, so I'm going to take a detour here real quickly. About 2011, I went to a week-long course on seed saving offered by Bill McDormand and Bell Starr. And we learned all about seed saving. And that's one of the things that had us launch our online Seed School Online. And at that same time in 2011, I decided that Phoenix didn't have a seed bank, or I discovered that Phoenix didn't have a seed bank, and I decided that I was going to build a seed bank in Phoenix. So I bought a big freezer and I bought 1,500 pounds of open pollinated seeds, and all of a sudden we had a seed bank. The problem was it was in my back room, and there's 4.4 million people here that didn't have access. So I went back about 3 years later. I went back and had a conversation with Bill and Bell and Kari Spencer, and we decided that we were going to do something called the Great American Seed Up. Imagine for a moment a 10,000 square foot room. We do it at North Phoenix Baptist Church normally, and we put big church tables out. This is about a 4-foot church table. We put 6-foot church or 8-foot church tables out with 2 different varieties of seeds in a bucket. So you can walk up to the cucumber table, and the Armenian cucumber is in a popcorn bucket with a scoop next to it, and a Ziploc bag, and a business card with all of the information about what that variety is and how to grow it. We call this the Great American Seed Up, and we usually have between 75 and 100 different varieties of seeds. Well, couldn't do it this year because of, literally we had 800 people in the room last year. And so what we did was we started meeting about 6 months ago. It's like, what are we going to do here? Because we still need to get seeds out to people. So what we did, and go to greatamericanseedup.org, what we did is we put together Seed Up in a box. Basically what it is it's 10 scoops of each variety. So if somebody was to walk up to the cucumber bucket and they get a tablespoon of scoop of cucumbers in a Ziploc, they're going to get 10 tablespoons. The reason we did this is because what we want to do is we want to empower your community, your churches, your community gardens, your schools to do their own Seed Up. So Francis is out there. Francis helped us design this Seed Up in a box so you purchase it, you get the seeds, and then you get bags of seeds, and you can split them up by 10 or however many you buy. And really the big cost of a packet of seeds, and so last basil seeds I bought, it was $3.99. It was a little packet like this, and when I opened it up and looked inside, there was maybe 27 seeds in there, and it was $4, maybe $3.99, $4, something around there. A majority of the cost of the seeds is in the packaging. So what we're doing is we're passing along that savings to you by giving you an amazing bundle of seeds where our essentials bundle is 25 varieties, 10 servings each of the 25 varieties. And so essentially what you get is 250 packets of seeds. If you package them all separately, you get 250 packages of seeds, and it's only $160. So we figured it out. It's about 60 cents a packet. And here's what I want you to see. Our scoop size, our packet size isn't a normal 27 seeds like in that basil. I think you get a teaspoon of basil seeds which is 4 grams, which is, I think, 2,800 seeds in our scoop. So check out greatamericanseedup.org. We will be bundling the seeds up at the end of this month. So pre-order your seeds now. They will be mailed to you the first week of October. You'll get them in, and it'll come with instructions. It'll come with enough Ziploc bags to bag up all these. It'll come with the business cards and a whole lot of fun. So you can bag your own seeds. So check it out, greatamericanseedup.org.
I have something to say on that. They also get the basic seed saving book
Oh, yes.
and access to the education, because we end up giving them access to our seed portal. We're having a special portal just for that. And if you are local and you want to do pickup, we'll be setting up that as well.
Yeah. Excellent.
So like I said, Greg likes to make sure we do as much as possible in any project we do.
Well, and you know what? The other thing that we didn't mention that, hello, education.
Exactly.
It comes with education. We've got seed saving classes. There's all kinds of amazing stuff that comes with this. In fact, Janice, why didn't we include Seed School Online with this?
Because we need to make it,
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Next
There you
time.
go. Something else to think about. All right. Are we jumping into the SOFT program, Janice?
We are ready for soft.
All right. So the SOFT program is an acronym, which I absolutely hate acronyms because there's too many of them in the world. But it stands for Special Order Fruit Tree Program. The trees that we bring in from Dave Wilson Nursery we bring in about maybe 40 varieties that work really, really well here in the low desert. And with the SOFT program, the Special Order Fruit Tree Program, you can order anything off of Dave Wilson's list, and they'll send it to us one at a time. So if you want to try nectarines, I know that there were some questions about nectarines in the chat room. Nectarines don't do that well here. There's damaged by something called a thrip. It's a little bug that climbs up out of the soil and sucks on the fruit when it's small. So you get these, and a lot of times you get these gnarly little nectarines that aren't very palatable. So if you want to jump in and try something, we do have a class coming up on our Special Order Fruit Tree Program. It'll be to get your questions answered, but you can order hundreds of different varieties.
Well,
really thousands of different varieties. Go ahead.
There's several hundred varieties that are on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And the way this works is that we'll take the order, we'll put it in, and we won't know if Dave Wilson has all of them until January. And every year prior to this, I would have said, oh, maybe 1 or 2 won't show up.
Mm-hmm.
This year, we kind of need to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, we need to be cognizant and cautious about that. Yeah.
Our class is going to happen on October 28th, and I will be adding that to the event calendar this next week.
Cool. Somebody asked about cherries in the desert. Every cherry tree that I've ever planted in the desert, every one that we've ever brought in that I know of has died. It is a rootstock issue. Dave Wilson Nursery is working on rootstocks for cherries in the desert, but currently there is nothing. So unfortunately, cherries are a no-go here at this point.
So we do have some items that are listed with the name cherry in the name, like cherry of the Rio Grande. You want to talk about those?
So those are tropical bush cherries. They're not a pit cherry. It's more like a berry growing on a bush. So if you find those in there, those are not stone fruit cherries. And I've got multiple different bush cherries growing here in the yard. They don't do extraordinarily great, but they do good.
Yeah.
And those come in with our tropicals that we bring in January. So I'll get on the phone with our tropical guy over in California around the end of November and say, what do you got? And so we bring in loquats and guavas and probably some sapotes and those kinds of things. So, and these are the sapotes, guavas, and loquats do really well here. And again, remember, we only bring in stuff that works real well. So if you're interested in the special order program, there's a place on our website for us. Janice can put it in the chat room and come to the class.
Yeah. And for the tropicals, we'll have more information on that when we know exactly what we've got available.
Exactly. All right.
I'm
See you in
putting
a
the
box.
link for the special order program in the chat room.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I think our next one is a live. We'll pull the last drawings at the end, Taylor, TW. Let's talk about the
Hold on.
citrus. Go ahead.
I wanted to do a shout out right now because this is the last chance to enter for the drawing.
Oh, very
Because
good.
I'm closing the drawing in just a few minutes so that I can close up our event.
Perfect. Perfect. And Mandy just posted, I just saw that. Mandy, that's a great question. She said she saw on Dave Wilson that the Fluary is part of the plum package and it needs 400 hours of chill. So what we found out about that is that it needs a lot less chill than 400. And I've planted a Fluary here at the house and gotten Fluaries. They're amazing. They're more cherry-like than plum-like. And so thanks for asking that question and clarifying that. But yes, they do produce here in the low desert.
I actually asked Tom that very specific question when I was trying to update the chill hours, and he said he cannot change the chill hour requirement until they have 10 years of showing the chill hours.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, but they are consistently not needing that number, but they have to wait the timeline.
Got it.
So that's why I even have that on our notes on that tree.
Perfect. We have a couple of questions. Let's bring up the slide again about how to enter into the drawing. Well, there was a couple of questions on the drawings.
Thanks, TW.
There it is. Kick off drawing. I'll tell you what, there have been an amazing amount of people that have signed up. We've had over 600 people sign up for the drawing today.
It's a good thing we had a lot of prizes.
Yeah. We're giving away the store, baby. All right. Very good. So we're going to jump into the citrus and deciduous story. So I put out an email to you guys on Friday that said fruit tree shortages, sort of. And the sort of part was the citrus part. And I'll tell you the citrus story here in a minute. But then I got on Friday afternoon, I got on the phone with Tom Spellman. And I said, Tom, we're starting to run a little low on some of these varieties. And he said, Greg, stop right there. We have sold out of everything this year. So we did get a nice order in. We have our trees coming in. They've been promised to us, but that's all we have this year. And what they saw happen, especially with the citrus, I know firsthand from our citrus supplier. We have one citrus supplier in the state, Sunset Citrus Nursery. Every nursery in the state buys from Sunset Citrus Nursery. Now there is another grower out in Mesa. They're not a wholesale grower though. So we only have one wholesale citrus grower in the state. And it's because of the quarantine, the citrus psyllid disease and the quarantine and everything that's going on with that. And additionally to that, nobody's shipping to Arizona. So every citrus supplier in California that I contacted, they're not shipping to Arizona because of the citrus psyllid disease. So what that's done for our supplier is she says to me, Greg, as soon as these things are rooted in, they go out the door. So what we decided to do this season for citrus is we're going to have a very short window of citrus. What we did is yesterday was Friday afternoon, we got an availability list from our citrus grower and put that in the shopping cart. And we're going to close the shopping cart for citrus probably by Thursday. So if you want to get citrus in, and we'll send out an email about this, if you want to get a citrus order in, you need to get it in.
Yeah, because we need to order right away.
Because we need to order right away. So we'll be placing our order. They'll be coming in toward the end of September, and I think about mid-October is when we'll be available for pickup. We will not be bringing in extras this year, just because of pickup and the COVID stuff and all of that. So if you want citrus from us, you need to order it by middle of the week, preferably this weekend, it would be better. So we get an idea on by Monday what what we're going to be needing to order, because they don't have very much. If you can find a 15-gallon, they had not very many 15 gallons, but if you can find a 15-gallon, definitely jump in and buy a 15-gallon. It's going to be an exponentially bigger tree. So did I cover everything, Miss Janice, about
On the citrus, yeah, I think you did. If you're looking on our cart, we have opened up our cart, the 24-inch boxes, just because of how limited supply there is. We went ahead and put those on our cart as well. And that's a very specific pickup schedule for that we will work with you on. But yeah, that's it for citrus.
Yeah, so a 24-inch box tree is a huge tree. If you look on our shopping cart, Janice has a category on our shopping cart about citrus tree sizes, and it shows you a
5-gallon, a 15-gallon.
Yeah, 5 gallons is going to be about this tall. A 15-gallon is going to be 3 to 5 times bigger, trunk-wise, and about this tall. And a 24-inch box tree could easily be 2 to 4 inches diameter at the trunk and 9 feet tall when you plant it out. And the pricing that we have on the 24-inch box is amazing. Here's the thing about the 24-inch box trees, though. They're big, they're heavy. You need to coordinate with us for pickup. And ideally what we do is we'll call you the morning of citrus arriving and say, hey, citrus is arriving this morning. Bring your truck down. The last person that bought multiple ones brought a U-Haul down, and we back up your truck to the unloading truck, the citrus truck, and just slide them right in for you. So that's going to be, if you're going to go with a citrus tree that size, you need to do that. And I'll tell you what, at $425, that is a screaming deal. If you go to one of the local nurseries, they can easily sell you a 24-inch box citrus of this size for $1,000. So
I want to have one cute question pop in right now. Sibini asks, and I hope I pronounced that right, what fruit trees do you recommend for someone just starting out? I don't want to get overwhelmed, and I want to buy something of everything. Like that question, I'm throwing at you, Greg.
all right, cool. If I was going to buy one tree, it would be a desert gold peach. If I was going to buy 2 trees, it would be a desert gold tree and a dwarf black mulberry. If I was going to buy 3 trees, it would be a desert gold peach, dwarf black mulberry, and a Katy apricot. So there you go. Those are my top 3. And the mulberry, the dwarf black mulberry, and the desert gold peach are so close. They're almost interchangeable.
Okay, I'm stepping off, Greg, because you're going to talk about how the program works, including the guarantee. I need to step off so I can go start gathering the names for the rest of the drawings.
Awesome. Thank you. So 20 years ago, I started giving education about the fruit tree program. I mentioned that earlier. And it's developed into quite an interesting process. What we do is every fall, we give dozens of classes, starting with launch day today. We give dozens of classes for people to take on how to grow fruit trees in the desert, because it's very specific in the desert. A lot of the stuff, if you don't live in the desert, I know there's people from Minnesota online today and stuff, but a lot of the stuff you can use elsewhere. The varieties specifically are specific to the desert. So what we encourage you to do is take classes, pre-order your trees so that you know what's coming in. The citrus comes in, and you'll plant that in October. We'll give you directions in some of our classes on how to dig the hole, what to put in the hole, all that stuff. We'll dig in deep to that in our what you need to know after you buy your fruit trees. And the deciduous trees, that's your peaches, apricots, plums, figs, apples, berries, grapes, all that stuff comes in January. So you'll be picking that up in January and planting that in January. So the way the program works is educate yourself, pre-purchase your trees, dig your holes, pre-dig your holes, so that when you get those trees, you can just take them home and drop them right in the hole. And and then pick up your deciduous trees in January. So that's generally how the fruit tree program works. What I started doing about 3 years ago, let me get a drink here real quick. What I started doing about 3 years ago was when I discovered that if people do what I tell them to do what we tell them to do here with the fruit tree program, their success rate went through the roof. So what I started doing 3 years ago is we started guaranteeing our trees. Now this isn't your tree dies, we replace the tree guarantee, because you have to have some responsibility in that too. The trees that we bring in are healthy. If you take them and do with them what we tell you to do, I think I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. If you do what we tell you to do, they're going to thrive. So the deal for the guarantee goes like this. You take classes from us, you educate. The classes are always free. I've said that multiple times. You take classes from us, you educate yourself, you buy your trees, you come and pick up your trees. You do exactly everything we tell you to on your trees. And by February, March, they're in the ground, they're starting to grow. By April, it's starting to get hot. By May, it's starting to get a little hotter. And I want you, you're going to watch your trees every week. You're going to pay attention to them. You're just going to go out and just put your eyes on them to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. The moment there's some stress on that tree, what you do is you snap a picture of the tree and you email it to us at fruittrees@urbanfarm.org so that we can decipher what's going on, what's wrong with it. And what we want to do is we want to save the tree before it dies. Then we'll work back and forth. Be patient with me. I respond to most of those emails right now. And sometimes, I get a lot. I get over 200 emails a day. So if you send me an email and I don't respond, put urgent in the subject line. That'll catch my attention. So what we want to do is we want to figure out what's going on before that tree dies. And we do that through email conversations, and we'll do the best that we can. So what we've done up to this point is we've done everything that we can do to help you get your trees in the ground, planted and thriving. And I want you to make sure that you do everything that you can to get that done. And then in the end, if your tree doesn't make it, you'll communicate back to us that same year and say, listen, the tree didn't make it. And what we do is we split that tree, the cost of a new tree, with you the next year. So basically, we're taking equal responsibility on that tree to make sure that it gets planted right. We're doing the education, you're doing the work. And, quite honestly, I think we replace about 10 trees a year. That is all. And last year we sold over 4,500 plants and trees. So something's going right here. So that's how our guarantee works. I do want to touch quickly. I saw that there were some questions on watering in the chat room. This is specific watering for the desert. If you're not in the desert, you do the same thing from cold season to warm season. I have a whole watering methodology that I go in deep with you on our classes. And the watering methodology looks like this. You get your trees, your citrus trees you plant in the fall, you water them once a month when you plant them. I didn't make this up. I live on a flood irrigated property. The flood irrigated property gets water once a month in the winter and twice a month in the summer, and the trees thrive here. So you plant your citrus trees in October, water them once a month. You plant your deciduous trees and tropicals in January. You water them once a month until about April. And then April, it starts getting hot. Here in the desert, it starts getting hot. We're going to go to twice a month watering them. So April 15th, you water them, May 1st, May 15th, June 1st. Now in the desert, it gets really hot. So you need to put your eyes on that tree once a week. And if you water your trees on June 1st and on June 8th, it's starting to droop a little bit, you water it again. You can also use the moisture meter we talked about and the soil probe for sure. And oh my gosh, I just went off, my brain just went off in a totally different direction. And That's how you water. So the reason this watering methodology is in place is because most of the time, believe it or not, in a watering situation, people overwater their trees and it kills the tree because it's overwatered. So if you're following my watering methodology, once a month in the winter, twice a month when it gets hot, and then you watch your tree when it starts to get really hot, if it's drooping, you know you're not overwatering your tree. So that's Greg's watering methodology. Oh yes, Anna, let's see here. Somebody says, I just want to address this because this happened. Jan said, her Anna was doing great, second year, bore loads of apples. Last month it turned brown and died fast. That was Texas root rot. And it's a function of how it got watered. And I talked to Tom Spellman at Dave Wilson Nursery yesterday about fungicides. And we're not a fan of non-organic treatments, but with this excessive heat, and if there's any watering mishaps at all, that can happen. The tree just dies like that. So we may have to, and I'm going to go discover this, I'm going to go learn about this, we may have to put a fungicide on some of our trees in places where Texas root rot is happening. And I'm sorry about that, or actually I think it was Jan, it was an Anna tree. Yeah, so there we go. And I think we're about ready to wrap this up, and we're coming in early. Where's my notes? Yep, you can order your trees now, urbanfarm.org/order trees now. That'll get you your trees ordered now. And classes are at urbanfarm.org/events. We will send out, you'll get an email later this afternoon with a recording of this event so you can re-watch any of it that you want to watch. And we'll also send out later this week a citrus email and a how to register for classes email. So if you've joined us here, you're going to get those emails on the classes and on the citrus for sure.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of emails going out. Please just bear with us because there's so much information to share, and we want to make sure you get that information before the deadlines are passing. So you'll be getting some.
I see that Chris says, did we already go over the square hole? We actually, and I see, Janice, that we're running about 10 minutes early, so that means I can talk more, right?
Well, we're supposed to be doing the giveaways right now.
All right, well, let me talk about this because this is a really cool idea. I am a lifelong learner. I went back to college late in life. I ended up back at Arizona State University at 39. The first time I was at Arizona State University, I flunked out, hated it with a passion. Second time I got straight A's, got a bachelor's and master's because I love to learn. In fact, one of the curious things was when I ended up at Arizona State University in 1999, I had 127 credit hours that I had accumulated over 19 years because every time I was interested in something, I went and took a class on it. So I'm a lifelong learner, and I'm always looking for, oh my gosh, what more can we learn here? And there was a whole bunch of data that came out last year about square holes. Now, what can happen, especially in hard desert dirt, if you dig a round hole and the sides of the hole are glazed and you put a tree in there, that tree could literally get root bound in the hole. So the roots go to the edge of the hole and it starts going around and it root binds itself in that hole. And so the data came out about square holes. And it's like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. So now we recommend square holes. I usually say at least 18 inches by 18 inches by 12 to 14 inches deep. And what happens is that if the roots start to go along the edge of the hole, they hit the corner and they're not going to do a 90 degree. They're going to do their best to go outside of the hole. So that's the story on the square holes. And yeah, dig square holes, man. That didn't take too long, Janice. That was 2 minutes.
You're good.
My friend Annie, who I've known for decades, says, Greg, and the funny thing about me is I flunked speech class in high school because I was so afraid to get up in front of people. Now I regularly talk in front of thousands of people. Annie, my friend, said to me one day, she said, Greg, you never met a microphone you didn't like. Right?
Right. I just put a link up in the chat room. It says it's for the page that describes our different pot sizes. So
Nice.
if anybody needs it, that's there again.
Do we need to touch on briefly the difference between bare root and potted?
Excellent. Yes.
Yeah. So bare root trees, we get peaches, apricots, plums, apples. A lot of our trees come bare root. Basically what that means is they dig them up when they're dormant. So these are dormant trees. They dig them up when they're dormant and they ship them to us without dirt around the roots. That's called bare root. It is, in my opinion, the absolute best way to plant out deciduous trees because every nursery in town gets their trees pretty much from the same place. And they're coming in bare root, they're putting them in pots. So if they put them in pots in January, which is when the trees come in, they put them in a pot in January, and you come in April and pick it up and take it home and pour it out of the pot and all of the soil falls away, you just lost all that root growth. So what we do with our program is that you buy the trees bare root, you pick them up in January, you take them home dormant, and you put them in a hole so they break dormancy in the place where they're going to live forever. So that's our bare root trees. Bare root trees mean that they come without soil around their roots. It is a very effective way, and again, in my opinion, the best way to do deciduous tree planting. Then we have our potted trees. Our tropicals come in potted. The pomegranates and figs and grapes and berries, a lot of the berries and the mulberries, they come in a 4x4x9 pot. They work really well. And then our citrus trees come potted as well. So that's the different trees that we get and how they come in.
I like to say that it doesn't matter what type of plant you have, if it is growing already and has roots. And if you're talking about a little house plant or a large tree, if you are moving it from one container to another, it is going to go to some version of transplant shock because hello, they were nice and happy and now the roots are disturbed. So the best way to make your trees happy is to minimize the transplant shock. And you do that by the timing that you replant it.
Yep.
If you're for a deciduous, if you can do it while it's asleep, hello, go to sleep in one little bed, wake up in another little bed. There you go.
Yeah. So I just noticed that she said, Jenny said, my Harvest 2020 code isn't working. Is anyone else having that same problem? So here's the deal. We have all this technology that we had to bring together and put together all in one day. And what I know about Janice is that if for some reason it doesn't work, Jenny, she'll handle it for you. If you placed your order and the stuff didn't get done right, Janice is a master at being able to handle it. So we will honor all of our offers today, and if for some reason, we need to do a credit or whatever, we'll make sure that happens. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right, I got some giveaways. You ready for this?
Let's do it. So we're giving away $1,500 worth of stuff today, right?
Yeah, we are.
All right.
Yeah, we are. All right. First things first, let's give away some trees.
Yes.
Julie Brito, Diana Salazar, and Kara Kiggins. You guys get some trees.
Tara, Diana, and
Julie Brito.
Julie, congratulations.
Diana Salazar and Kara Kiggins.
You won a tree just by showing up today and learning. Isn't that amazing?
And the way we do this is that we'll send you a gift certificate. You'll be able to use that gift certificate to choose your tree, and then you can pick up the tree in whichever season you want.
Excellent.
Mulberry bushes. Shelley Lanham, Deborah Fassler, and Trina Smith.
Awesome. Again, that's amazing tree. So my dwarf black mulberry trees that I have in the backyard, I put a hedge in, and I put the hedge in when the trees were this small. So I didn't know how, and this was 4 or 5 years ago when I didn't really know how big they were going to get. The trunks on the hedge are a good 6-inch diameter now. It is absolutely amazing. I put them too close together. I put them 4 feet apart, 6 feet apart. If you're doing a hedge out of these, 6 feet apart. But the other thing that Tom Spellman told me was that they could grow out as trees. So I have 2 of them in the chicken yard for shade and for treats for the chickens. I have 2 of them in the chicken yard that I'm growing out as trees that I planted 2 years ago, and they are 3 to 4 inches diameter at the trunk, and they're 20 feet tall. So these things will grow amazingly well. They make a perfect replacement for oleanders. If you're wanting to replace oleanders or to get that screen, the only thing is that they do lose their leaves for about 45 days in the wintertime, but they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah. All right. Planting starter kits. Debbie Hyde and Samantha Johnson. Pruning books. Lauren Carhart and Jess White. Oh, I know Jess White. That's our Jess, Greg.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Congrats, Jess. I did see a question here I wanted to...
Go for it.
Jessica says, can you train a dwarf black mulberry to grow horizontally? Sure. I'd give it a try for sure.
They grow so fast. You got to be on your toes to do that.
You do. Mine grow. I cut them down to 8 feet every year. They grow through the summer. They'll grow to 16, 18 feet tall. This is, so here's the trick on this. This is not a dwarf mulberry plant. It's the berry that's the dwarf. So Zach Richards says he can't register for any events. Just Zach, again, it's technology we're dealing with. So we will be putting out, before our classes start, we will be putting out an email that says register for your fruit tree classes here, and you'll be able to, and we'll make sure they're working. So we got you covered, I promise.
Yeah, we'll get you covered on that one. All right. What did I
Janice,
just get?
Pam says liquid amendments are showing out of stock.
I am multitasking and adding those right now.
Awesome. Nice. Cool.
All right. Harvest calendars. Kate Seek, Janet Rabinowitz, Jim Pickus. I love seeing names that I already know from people that have been on the lot.
I know, right? I'm just looking down the chat to see if there's anything I want to.
And Karenilla Jordan gets our harvest calendar.
Karenilla.
So for
Nice,
those of you,
Karenilla.
for those of you who are getting harvest calendar, you get to pick one of the 3, and you'll just have to tell me in the email when I respond out to you. All right.
Lauren Fisher says, when do we prune dwarf black mulberry bushes? I'm actually going to fire up my chipper mulcher tomorrow, and I'm going to prune some because they grew so much this year. So I'll be pruning them now. You want to lightly prune them in the summer, although I was just outside a little while ago. I took a break and went outside. It's beautiful outside. So
it is. You know, it's funny because the weather's been so crazy that I was thinking that right now, this weekend would have been a great weekend to stay indoors. No, today would have been a great day to go outside.
Right, normally. Fruit trees in a chicken yard. Somebody wants to know, really any fruit tree that you put in a chicken yard, obviously minus citrus because they can't get into them, but peaches, apples, apricots, plums, mulberries, anything that falls on the ground. And I have apples and mulberries and figs in my chicken yard, and anything that falls on the ground, the chickens get. They love it.
Awesome. All right, I've updated the stock. Are we ready for some trees?
Sure.
Caitlin Armbruster, Ann Henderson, and Anna Becerra. Mulberry bushes, Robbie Rhodes and Glenn Rempel. Planting starter kits, Debbie Hyde, Samantha Johnson, Virginia Richter.
Nice, congratulations.
Pruning books, I hope I say this last name right, Nate Duchesne. Oh, here I got her first name, Reem Bow and Barbara Hoskins.
Nice.
Harvest calendar, Sharon Ballard, Erin Healy.
I think I went to high school with Sharon.
I think
Hi,
you
Sharon
did.
Ballard.
And Erin is our lovely person who gave us the great idea on how to store seeds in a binder.
Oh, yay, Erin. She's a rock star.
Yeah, she's
Yay.
done so much. And you know what's amazing about Erin is that she keeps planting and planting and planting, and she's got this patio, this tiny
Yep.
patio. It's amazing how much she has.
Yeah.
Barbara Carbone and Skip Emerson get fruit trees.
Nice.
Well, I gave that one. Jennifer, for the mulberry bush, Jennifer Warrington and Suzanne Bicknays. For
And
planting.
you're keeping track of all this, right?
Oh, trust me. I got a team member now. This is Francis in the background helping me keep track of this.
Oh, yay, Francis. I do have a question here that I want to address real quick. Let's see here. Jones says, my Aunt Apple was doing well. We talked about this earlier. In the summer, the branches systematically died over 3 months, not overnight. She says fire blight. It is not fire blight. That is Texas root rot. And I've seen multiple apple trees just drop dead what appears overnight this year. So we're going to have to do a fungal root drench on them starting next season. The heat just got to them. You know, over 50 days at 110 degrees just fried them. So
However,
new strategies to jump into.
However, if they have a branch by branch system going, they need to take a look at their tree and make sure they don't have some sort of a borer in there. Yeah.
Normally we don't get borers in apple trees though, but you're right.
Yeah. That's true.
Normally
Apples.
we get borers in peaches and apricots.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you have a lot more experience with that than I do. Okay. What am I at?
Chris wants to know how to tell the difference between fire blight and Texas root rot. Texas root rot looks like the leaves get brown and crispy, and it is a soil-borne disease. Fire blight is it's a bacteria, and it's transmitted by bees when they're pollinating. So it's transmitted through the air, and it looks like somebody took a torch, a blowtorch, and blowtorched your tree. So that's what they look like, the difference in what they look like.
And foliar feeding can help with keeping your trees the better resistance to disease. So by keeping track of what you're doing with watering and nutrition, you can give your trees a better boost of energy to protect themselves.
Yeah.
All right. Planting starter kits. Caitlin Dare. Oh, and next planting starter kit, Marietta Bush. If she's still on,
Mary.
I know she was on there earlier.
Nice.
Pruning book, Barb Hoskins and Tammy Offen.
Oh, yay, Tammy. Tammy works with us.
Yeah, Tammy was giving some pallets away in the chat line earlier.
Let's do this, because Tammy works for us, so I'd give her one anyway. So let's give away another one.
All right, I'll do that.
So that it doesn't swipe it from somebody else.
And there you go. Although you're going to have to fight to have Tammy take it, because that sweetheart gives the stuff back. Harvest calendar, Rick Borden and Aaron Roth.
Nice.
Fruit trees, Sharon, how do I say this? El Loicano. Please forgive me if I said that wrong. Ellie Loicano. And our last fruit tree is for Anne Falvey.
Nice.
One more.
Garden consult.
One more harvest calendar. Francis, you got me a little bit confused on my harvest calendar notes here. Pruning book, Dina Martinez and Amy Yenerick. Planting starter kit, Sharon Johnson. Here we go. Harvest calendar, Deb Brady. And the last item to give away, Greg, is a consult.
The garden consult. I did see somebody say, can you say something more about the garden consult? That was from, let's see here.
I'm going to laugh if it's this person who won.
Stephen. So the garden consult, here's how they work. It's really super simple. You'll get an email to pick a time. Sometime in the next 2 to 4 weeks, we pick a time to sit down, and you send me pictures of your yard, the space that you want to talk about, and your address. And then we get together at the appointed time on the phone. I pull their pictures up. I pull your Google Earth up, and so I start at the top, like at a 10,000 foot view, pun intended, and I look down on your property, and I kind of start giving you some coaching about, from a permaculture perspective, what could you do to improve the viability of being able to grow stuff on your property. And then we talk about fruit trees and garden beds and on and on. So that's a garden consult, and we sell, I don't know, a couple hundred of them every year.
Yeah,
and
I need to open up the calendar.
Okay, good. And I do a money-back guarantee on them. I have since the beginning, and I've never had anybody ask for their money back. And I'm more than happy. If you're not happy, I don't want you to have to pay for it. So there's nothing to lose and everything to gain on one of those.
Awesome. So our last winner today of our $95 value of the consult is Wiley Carhart.
Nice. Congratulations. So we are at 12:01 here, but I see that there's a bunch of questions. Let's go ahead and
1 o'clock.
TW, let's leave that slide up, and I just want to kind of run down through some of these questions and answer them because we still have over 300 people online, it looks like. So are you good with that, Janice?
I'm good. We can start doing some of that.
All right.
I'll let you do the questions, and I'll start fixing some of the orders and getting out some emails.
All right, cool. Anne says she's so excited she won a tree. How does it work? You will get an email from Janice. So, yeah, you'll get an email. Let's see here. Ann Henderson also wants to know which citrus grow best in extreme heat. That pretty much any citrus likes the extreme heat. Now, if it's extreme heat, we have to make sure that we take precautions. Plant right. My 6-6 rule, which I haven't talked about today, is 6 inches of woody mulch, 6-foot diameter basin at least, and then plant something in the basin to shade the basin. I go over all of that in my other classes. What peaches are recommended for Sedona area? Gwynnie, I have no idea. I've never grown fruit trees in the upper desert, so yeah, I don't know that I can do much for you on that. Sorry. Best choice for a starter fig tree is the Mission fig tree. Let's see here. Gwynnie also says a mulberry that was trained to weep downward but has grown up vertically. Can it be retrained to weep? Good question. I don't know on that one. You just have to experiment with that to see what you can do with that. How much water on a citrus tree? I can't tell you because I don't know your soil. Use my watering methodology and the tools that we talked about to help you with that. In our what you need to know after you plant your fruit tree class, I talk a lot about watering. So I'm going to dive in deep, pun intended. I'm going to dive in deep on that. Let's see. Aaron says the foliar feeding amendment steel pack are out on the website. You can still get it. She's fixed that. Greg Malone. Hey, Greg, nice seeing you here, man. Greg and I have known each other for a couple decades, maybe. The foliar portion of today's program was fantastic, was very interesting. Yay. Let's see here. Would you get similar results preparing a really good compost tea with worm casting, some molasses, azomite, and other minerals? Could. It's definitely worth a shot. Let's see here. The container will have clementine in it. I don't know what that's about. What if I have a container on the same watering line as my other plants? Watering in containers is a different story, and I'll talk a little bit about that in our other class. Favorite recommended grapes are Thompson Seedless or Flame for the desert.
Oh, and I love the black manuka. I cannot say enough about the flavor of the
Oh,
black
really?
manuka.
So they work?
Oh my gosh. I love them. My husband loves the flame.
Oh, good. All right. Well, that's good to know. That was a new one, the new one that we brought in a couple of years ago. So yay. So when it comes to citrus, there's multiple questions in here about availability. What is available for citrus is in the shopping cart. We can't get anything else. Trust me, I've been trying to get citrus from these people for 8 months. And so we got what we've got. How far do you plant a Pakistan mulberry from the house? Well, it depends. If you're Greg, I have one planted 18 inches away from the house. That's, that might be, maybe a little close, but we'll see. I'll watch it, and if it starts, if there's any roots that start digging up the house, then we have to, I use a Sawzall and take that root out. Can you grow papayas here in Tucson? Barb and Chuck, yay, Barb and Chuck. Yes, you can. I had a papaya growing very nicely here at the Urban Farm, and it did real well. They do have a limited lifespan on them that lasted about 5 years, and then it processes out. I did everything that I could to try and figure out how to make a propagant from it. I couldn't figure it out. Anonymous wants to know about growing trees in cloth bags. Have not had much success. Yes, on cherry trees in the Payson area. Check out our special order fruit tree program. You can order them there. Oh my gosh. You know what? I am about out of wind. Thank you everybody for joining us at the fruit tree launch for 2020. This is my 21st year of educating people on fruit trees, and you can tell it's a passion. I love what I do, and we're here to help. We're here to help with your planting and questions. Check out Great American Seed Up. Also this week, we've started doing summit launches, and basically what we do is we take our courses that we give. We have 7 different courses that we give periodically, one on water harvesting in depth, on growing food, the basics, on backyard animals, on permaculture, on aquaculture. There's a couple more Seed School Online. And what we're doing is we're packaging them as summits, and that means that they're free for a week. So next Tuesday through Friday is our Edible Backyard Summit, which has a lot of content from our Growing Food, the Basics course. We do those for free. We do it for free for a week so that you can start your education. And then if you want to support the work we're doing and learn a whole lot more, you can buy the package for $97. So ediblebackyardsummit.com. If you go there, you've probably all gotten emails from us as well. You can spend the week with us next week from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Tuesday through Friday and learn all about gardening. So again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for the team. Thanks for the team on the phone. Let me see. Let me just do a shout out to them. I know I got a list here somewhere. Maybe not. All right. Well, we have a great team on the phone. Thanks for TW over at Financial Potion for doing the technology. Thanks for Janice for helping me orchestrate this craziness that we do. Y'all have a great day. Make sure that you get your orders in this weekend to take advantage of the specials. And I really encourage you to get your orders in early, because I think we're going to be running out a lot of things We're definitely going to run out of citrus, and we've already started running low on some of our other plants. So get your orders in early, and we'll save those trees for you.
I want to
Anything else?
shout out to our team. We do have Renee and Francis who have been working for us on our chat line and our social media. We've got, and you just said TW, but I wanted to make sure we got those too. And our phone lines were manned by Bob and John and Hannah.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you all for learning with us today. Anything else, Miss Janice?
No, I got a lot to do. So
Yes.
I'll see you in a week.
Awesome. Farm out, and we will catch you on the flip side. Keep learning. There's so much to learn about gardening. And if you fail at something, it's just so you now know what you're not supposed to do. Don't do that again. Do something different. And I promise you, I've killed more plants than you have. Not on purpose, but it happens. So don't get discouraged. Farm out. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Thanks, everybody.